When we're streaming. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, May 6, 2025. We're going to start with our land acknowledgement. I don't know which entrance all of you came in, but if you came in the other entrance, you'll see at the in the Friendship Park there, a bunch of red dresses hanging. And of course, yesterday was Red Dress Day, remembering those women who have been murdered, Indigenous women murdered and missing. And that's just one symptom of a system that still very much needs attention to ensure that we are not continuing to systemically oppress a people that have been here a long time, and in fact, way longer than the rest of us. So in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we're located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory, District 4. The town of Canmore is committed to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation, as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today, and those who have gone before us. As we are all treaty people, we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Okay, now looking to the agenda for today, any changes?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll move approval of the agenda for May 6, 2025, regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we have a couple of public hearings, in case you didn't know. The first one is the Silvertip Block 9 residential development. So I call to order the public hearing for Bylaws 2025-39, 2025-40, and 2025-20. The purpose of these bylaws are to amend the Municipal Development Plan, Silvertip Area Structure Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw with respect to proposed changes affecting a parcel of land in the area of 300 Mountain Tranquility Gate. Now, this is how we're going to proceed. After I provide this introduction, administration will provide a brief summary of the matter under consideration to set a context for the hearing. Next, the applicant will provide some comments to further contextualize the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration and the applicant after their respective presentations. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And so this is for the Silvertip public hearing. After we do this public hearing, we'll be moving to the downtown ARP public hearing. So with that, I would now call upon administration to make some remarks. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm here to introduce three bylaws for your consideration: Bylaw 2024-20, 2024-39, and 2024-40, which are the Silvertip Block 9 residential development.
You can speak right into the mic as best you can there.
Better.
Yeah.
Okay. The location of the development is at the corner of Silvertip Road and Mountain Tranquility Gate, shown here in orange and then blue in the aerial photograph. We received an application for a land use bylaw amendment from the applicant in July of 2024. And essentially the amendment seeks to do two things: do map amendments and then text amendments to the land use bylaw. The map amendments are a land use bylaw amendment, Silvertip area structure plan, and municipal development plan. And then the text amendment pieces speak really to the height of the development and then the slope of the roof. The recent lot consolidation had occurred that combined the two parcels that you see here in blue and in orange. However, both of these lots, or these portions, had different districting. So the first was the STR2 district, and then in the orange was the DC Silvertip Golf Course district. So to have those, that parcel have consistent zoning, the amendment is to move to an STR2 district for that orange portion. During the review of the application, we identified that we would need amendments to the Silvertip area structure plan and the municipal development plan to align with the proposed map changes, which you can see there. The text amendments speak to the height of proposed development, so increasing the change in building height from 3 stories to approximately 5 stories, and then adjusting the slope of the roof kind of to reflect the change in height. The applicant will likely go into these in more detail, so I'll skip over the intent of the amendments. The STR2 district in and of itself only exists in this area of blue. Our subject site is kind of in the lower right-hand corner there. So this is the only place where the height changes for the where the height changes would apply would be to this blue area, nowhere else in the town. The applicant completed stakeholder engagement on December 18th, 2024, and went through different concerns that residents had. One of them being residential density, which is ultimately regulated by the area structure plan that limits the number of units, residential units, in a holistic sort of sense. There were concerns about sight lines from residents as well. The subject property is quite a bit lower than surrounding areas, and it was found that there wasn't a significant impact to sightlines. There was also some concerns about the wildlife corridor. The wildlife corridor doesn't affect this site in particular. There's one to the northeast and one to the southwest. They're quite a distance from the subject property site, and there's no formal wildlife corridor that intersects the subject property. We were, through the analysis of the application, satisfied that the concerns were addressed, and therefore administration is recommending approval. We are recommending giving second reading to all 3 bylaws and third reading to all 3 bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before calling upon the applicant, turn to council to see if there are any questions. I don't see any.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I'll call upon the applicant. I believe it's Emily Kloppenberg, who will be presenting on behalf of the applicant. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll just take a moment to get my
Sure,
laptop
absolutely.
set up.
And do adjust the mic so that you can be as close to it as possible. Thank you. And so even with the mic, if you can speak as loudly as possible, project, so that we can hopefully get everyone in the back able to hear as well.
Absolutely. All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Emily Kloppenberg. I'm a community planner with BNA, and on behalf of Stone Creek Resorts, I'm presenting the Silvertip Block 9 Land Use Amendment for you today as the applicant for this file. So as administration has mentioned, the site is located approximately 300 Mountain Tranquility Gate and is referred to as Block 9. The site is currently undeveloped residential land within the Silvertip area structure plan. Both portions of Block 9 on either side of Mountain Tranquility Gate are immediately adjacent to golf course greens and north of the actively developing Mountain Tranquility Gate. The proposed land use amendment is twofold. First, the mapping amendment is proposed as part of a land swap, wherein a portion of Block 9 was previously designated as the golf course lands, which is the land use district governing all of the golf course in Silvertip. That portion is being brought into the Silvertip Comprehensive Residential District 2, or STR2. A separate land use amendment that was recently submitted to the town proposes that a portion of that STR1 district, just in the bottom corner there, is going to be redesignated to that DC20 Z93 district to be retained as golf course. So it's almost a one-to-one switch there. So this mapping is really a cleanup as a result of some of the lot consolidation that's been occurring through the subdivision process with Alberta land titles. So the second change is the text changes that are proposed that are meant to allow future development on Block 9 to proceed in a manner that achieves the density outlined in the Silvertip ASP with a minimal impact to existing trees and vegetation. The proposed change in height is from 12 meters to 22.3 meters, which allows the required site density to be built up rather than out. Additionally, the proposed change to the maximum eave-line height is done to simplify the height calculations and allow for flexibility in roof design that still conforms to the Silvertip ASP design guidelines. It is important to note that this change in height will still be below the 7-story maximum that is allowed elsewhere in Silvertip Village. The significant slope of the site means that this proposed height increase will be minimally disruptive to the existing residences. And as Edmund mentioned, the changes are only proposed for the STR2 district, which is only in place in Block 9 of the Silvertip Resort area. Current plans for the apartment and townhouses proposed on the site are below the maximum that we're requesting here today. A 3D model of the site, including the slope and proposed building heights, were prepared and are shown here. Due to the slope of the site, it is not expected that the new buildings will be higher than the existing tree cover, which reaches to about 30 meters, and it is not expected to restrict views from any of the existing residences. And just a note here that this model on the left-hand side does not include any tree cover or any landscaping that will be required as part of the development of this site. So those would be in addition to what you're seeing here today. On December 18th, 2024, the Stone Creek team held a public information session. Before and following the event, any emailed questions that the Stone Creek team received were responded to, and Stone Creek did offer to meet with residents who had outstanding concerns following the event. Some of the concerns that were noted were related to wildlife corridors, sightlines, parking, and pedestrian traffic. In response to some of these concerns, the height of the proposed townhouses has been reduced from 4 to 2 stories. A block of townhouses has been removed from the site plan to further reduce the potential visual impact on existing homes. We also clarified that the total number of units for the site was determined through the Silvertip ASP and that we are pursuing no changes to the uses or the densities for this site. Again, there was comments about wildlife corridors. So this site is outside the provincially recognized upper and lower wildlife corridors that intersect the plan, although sometimes the animals don't respect our boundaries. And as the land swap will result in almost no net loss of golf course lands, the golf greens are still anticipated to be used as an informal wildlife corridor if the animals choose. So just to note that there are additional applications that are coming in. So the development permit for the apartments for the site has been submitted to the town, and it should be going through that process of a review. The parcel consolidation that will align the golf course lands into a single parcel is underway with Alberta land titles. And the land use amendment to support the additional land swap from the residential to golf course district has also been submitted to the town. Stone Creek believes, and administration has noted, that this application is in line with the Silvertip ASP and with the town's MDP. The proposed land use does not propose changes to the site densities as approved in the ASP. The proposed height changes are mitigated by the slope of the site as demonstrated in modeling and are not anticipated to have a major impact on existing homes. Furthermore, design changes were made following the open house to reduce the townhouse height and to reduce the total number of units that will be on this site. Ultimately, this development will build out as envisioned in the Silvertip ASP with the provision of approximately 82 units, of which 56 will be entry-level units in this apartment complex. We ask that council consider approval of the application presented today, and we do welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Can you go back to the slide that shows the sight lines?
Absolutely. If you have specific other questions, I do have additional viewpoints as well.
Yeah, if you happen to have something that could be bigger that we could see,
Sure.
I know, give yourself a minute or so to find it.
Yeah, so I guess just a quick note that this is one of the other views. So this is actually from a site on Mountain Tranquility Gate. So these are some of the currently developing homes that are just south of the site. So you can, I'll point with my mouse. The buildings back here are part of the buildings that are being discussed today. And so this is some of the modeled tree cover that currently exists.
So those buildings are ones to be built?
Correct. So those buildings, these ones, are a part of the development permit application that will be forthcoming from this land use amendment today.
And where is this vantage point from?
So this is the first lot of Mountain Tranquility Gate that's looking towards the green. I believe this is hole number 6 right here. Yeah, looking approximately northwards up the valley there.
Okay. And then with the earlier ones you showed, yeah, so on the left side, what does that show us there? Are those buildings currently, that we see are they currently in existence?
So thank you for your question for that. So these ones would be the proposed building models that would be tied to this development, the development permit that will be forthcoming from this land use amendment. So they're proposed, they're not existing.
Okay, and so the vantage point from where you're standing at the top, is that like at the base of the building that would be above it?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this would be the base, so anything above that would actually, okay, so this, and then on the bottom right there, that shows that vantage point on the upper left, and it is clearly above the, and are those the maximum heights of what would be built below? Those are the townhomes?
So those are currently the proposed townhomes. So those are the proposed 2-story townhomes with that vantage point, as you've noted.
And then further to the north or east of that would be the taller buildings?
Correct. So I'll try and pull up a better site plan to explain. So just for context, that section that was cutting through, it was cutting through approximately here through these townhomes. The apartment buildings would be correct further north and west from those. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. So those are my questions. Now turning to council to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question of clarity. Is it possible that any of these properties could be tourist homes in the future, or are all these residential?
So I would like to clarify that there are no changes to the uses as part of this application. So tourist homes are considered a use within the STR2 district.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Kloppenberg. Could you go back to the images or the slides that has the 3D model, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, I walked the site yesterday, and it's pretty hilly, and I'm just trying to understand it a little bit further. Is there a potential viewpoint that you could bring up from Silvertip Point within a model?
For sure, yeah. So thank you for your question, Councillor Ma. So this particular view, it's not from the road up Silvertip Point, it's from one of the houses that would be off of Silvertip Point, so just for that clarification. And then I'll pull up some additional slides here as well. This well would be from that higher vantage point as well, so looking more south and east onto the height. Understandably, we know that trees do not look like this. This is
Sure.
just for the model.
They don't?
So this would be, we tried to find a path through the modeled trees as much as possible. So this would be like the fullest view that you would get of the site looking down from there. And then I'll just,
And
as
those
well.
buildings there, those are the taller buildings, the apartments.
Correct, those would be the apartment buildings, yeah.
And also, for clarification, this image here that I'm seeing through, that is from a street level on Silvertip Point? Or, I just want to make sure I'm understanding which vantage point this is coming from.
For sure, no, absolutely, I appreciate the clarification on that, Councillor Ma. So again, this would not be from the street itself, it would be from the backyards of the houses that would be on that, on that street, so
But
yeah.
ground level.
First, yes, from ground level, yeah.
Okay. And could you also please go back to the slide? It had like a side cross-section where I think there's like, you show a contour of a slice of the two, that one there in the bottom right. And how tall would the 4 stories be? I'm just trying to understand that piece because those are the 2-story. And
Yeah, so just for clarification on that point, this is a similar cross-section of the apartment buildings, which are the 4 stories that are being contemplated.
okay,
I believe that would be clarified in the DP, so I would have to confirm with that. I believe at this stage that it would be below 18 meters that's being contemplated. However, that is being clarified through the development permit process.
okay. And for context, if you can move your mouse to the approximate height where Silvertip Road would be, or Silvertip Point, relative to that, and I'm just trying to understand that piece there.
For
Where-
sure,
Yeah, where would the elevation of Silvertip Point be in context to that 4-story apartment?
Okay. I think I understand what you're asking. So it's a little bit difficult for this image, but Silvertip Road would curl up and it would become Silvertip Point this way, would be in
Okay.
parallel. But again, let me see if I can show you a different image there.
Thank you for all this. I know it's kind of complex to kind of pull off at the moment.
For sure, if you're able to see my mouse there. So this is Silvertip Road. If you were looking south way this way, that would be looking into the apartments. If you continue up, this becomes Silvertip Point, and then you would be looking down this way to the townhouses.
Okay.
So Silvertip Point is at a greater elevation than the Silvertip Road from where that other vantage point is.
Yes, I believe, so Mayor, yes, Silvertip Point is a higher elevation than Silvertip Road where it intersects with this site.
Okay.
And just one last question, Your Worship. At one point in your presentation, Ms. Klaffenberg, you said that there's 56 entry-level units being proposed. What does entry-level mean?
Absolutely, and if administration would like to clarify that, because that is a point from the land use bylaw, it pertains to units that are below 1,000 square feet in size.
Okay.
Okay. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Okay, I don't see any. So thank you very much for your presentation and the information you've provided.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now to the public submission portion of the public hearing. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute limit on presentations with one exception that I'll speak to in a moment. And of course, that doesn't include questions from council. Sorry, Ms. Smithers?
Sorry, Mayor Krauser. There's just quite a number of people standing in the back, so I was wondering if, before we get into the rest of the public hearing, we could take a 5-minute break and put some more chairs out? Because I believe most of them are planning to be here for
Sure.
the next
Okay, we
hearing.
can put some more chairs out. We'll take a 5-minute break before we get to the public submission.
Okay, thank you.
We have. As I was saying, council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limitation on presentations, except for one exception that I'll speak to. We'll be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track. Now, if you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on live web stream of this hearing, and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now, before opening the floor to speakers, I will first go to a registered speaker, and this is the one exception. There are 15 members of our community who live in the vicinity that have hired Mr. Cates to speak on their behalf. So rather than having 15 people come and spend their 5 minutes each, Mr. Cates is going to take 10 minutes. And so, Mr. Cates, call upon you to make your submission. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, as you've mentioned, my office, my name is William Cates. My office represents a group of Silvertip community members, over 15. Some of them have submitted letters to you. We've provided our written submissions, and given the timer adjacent to me, I will try to be brief. And I don't want to just take you through those written submissions, but I hope you've had the opportunity to read them. Attached to the written submissions are also letters from each of the community members, or a number of community members in our group, voicing their concerns. And so as an overarching concept before I proceed today is the request for an adjournment or an opportunity for more information before you make a decision on these amendments. And so I have the amendments before you, and you've heard both from the administration this morning and from the applicant, and that has reaffirmed, both submissions from the administration and the applicant have reaffirmed the concerns that the community members have voiced. As a brief agenda, I'll simply take you through initially a background of the proposed amendments, as well as the application that you heard this morning. I'll be brief on that as you've already heard it. I'll speak to a little bit the purported stakeholder engagement that took place in December, as well as the tourist home district concerns, and then again I'll reiterate the adjournment request. And all of this is to emphasize that the concerns from the community members are not about sightlines, which has been voiced at least a few times this morning. Speaking to the proposed amendments, and so the background of the amendment that's of considerable concern is the height variance. It's what we refer to in our written submissions as the height variance concern, or the removement of the eave-line restriction. And the height that's been requested is actually almost double what is currently permitted. So currently it's at roughly just over 12 meters, and now it's been sought to be 22.32 meters. And I'll speak to that in just a moment. And so when the proposed amendments were first made and the sign was posted, the community gathered almost immediately, and they retained our office to speak on their behalf in a unified approach, as opposed to having, as has just been stated, a number of people raising the same or similar complaints. But the amendments proposed were divided into two phases, and that was referenced this morning by the applicant and the administration. The first was the map amendments, of which we've actually received quite a bit of detail, quite a bit of information, and that information has been processed, and you'll hear very few objections to the map amendments. What is still being opposed, and hopefully will be, some more information can be provided, is the text amendment. And if we go to the text amendment, and this is the specific text amendment sought, so it's a removal of the 12 meters, and the number that's been proposed is 22.32. And I'll speak to that in more detail, but that is an oddly specific number, of which to date there's actually been no explanation for why 22.32 meters is the amendment sought. And what we're hoping to get is some understanding as to why that's the case, and I will refer to some of the applicant's comments with respect to sightlines on the 2-story buildings or even the 4-story buildings that they've acknowledged are only about 18 meters high. So if the proposed developments are only 18 meters, then why is the bylaw amendment 22.32? Again, the slope has been put in, but the eve line restriction has been removed. And so the community would be hopeful that the eve line restriction, even if amended, could still be in place, that there would be some form of restriction with respect to the eve line. And this is what we've outlined in our written submission. Again, it's an increase from what is roughly 3 stories to an increase of 5 stories. It's sometimes easier to speak to it in stories as opposed to meters. And it's the removal of the eve line restriction. And so this is the applicant. And in the applicant's application, both this morning and a month ago, I attended in the gallery to listen to the first reading. And it was noted both in text and in their oral submissions that it is worth noting the text amendments only applies to properties within STR2 Silvertip Comprehensive Residential District. And as has already been noted by this council, that is still a tourist home district, and so I'll speak to that in a moment. But also the text amendment is almost double the current height. There's not a single building in any of the surrounding districts that remotely reaches that height. And while there has been reference to the allowance of a 7-story building in the village, which is not in the residential area, that structure has not been built. And so there's actually nothing in the 20 years since 2007, I round up a little bit, but in the 2 decades since the ASP was initially approved, there has no building remotely like what is being proposed. At the first reading, it was acknowledged again, both in written and in oral submissions, that the administration acknowledges the applicant has requested a significant increase in building height. But having made those requests for a significant increase, very little information was provided on the purpose of the significant increase, why it was even necessary or justified, what alterations could be made to the significant increase. Could 15, 16, 17 meters, would those meet an appropriate level to allow the developments that they've proposed? None of that was provided. And most notably, what the future impacts of an increase of that height to the residential district might mean for the surrounding districts. We will acknowledge the applicant did hold an engagement meeting. They allowed for an opportunity for questions to be asked. A number of our group members, they have reported that it was 30 to 35. The majority of the people in attendance were members of our group. And so you have a number of community members who came out to speak to their concerns. And again, a lot of the focus was on the map amendments, which again is not being substantively opposed today, other than to say we need some more information on what the purpose of this height variance is. Before you this morning, it was stated that the concerns were parking requirements, sight lines, density, and wildlife corridors. Again, that is not the key concern of the ownership group. And this is where I'd like to focus the balance of the ownership group's submissions or the community group submissions. The key concerns for the group is that nothing like this has been built before. We acknowledge that what's being put before you today is an amendment to a bylaw to allow for a significant increase in height, but nothing has been spoken to as to what impact that might have and if other alternatives might be available. And so what the community doesn't want is to have the residential district increasing to what will be seen as hotel-like structures. And the larger the buildings that you get and the more, if they build up instead of out, they do start to resemble more of a hotel feel. The applicant does have the ability to build a 7-story structure in the village, which is not a residential district, that would have that hotel variance allowed. And again, we still have seen nothing that speaks to the 22.32 meter height as to why that is being sought. It's, again, an oddly specific number with seemingly no justification. So this is the former bylaw with respect to short-term rentals. They have been described around town as ideal locations to purchase in Canmore because you don't really have to jump through any hoops with the town. And that's the purple district, and that is that's the language that's been used, but that's the main appeal of these short-term rentals. If you go to the town of Canmore site, it goes further, and it says one of the steps to address the housing crisis in Canmore is that there's going to be a limit of the growth of these tourist-type homes. And then if you click on the link, it goes even further. And it says, few residential districts allow for tourist homes today with only the 2 Silvertip residential districts. And so that's our key concern. You have what is supposed to be a residential district. You have a request to increase the height to 5 stories, almost double the height, and there's nothing so far that's been presented that helps to explain for the community what is going to happen next. And that's simply the request here today. Is we have an adjournment request that we have made. It is in our written submissions. The amount of information that has been put forward by the applicant with respect to specifically the height variance and the eave-line restriction has not been outlined. That explanation has not been made. And acknowledging that I am down to my last minute, I will simply say, subject to any questions though, when you, as council, put to the applicant some questions with respect to the sightlines, with respect to the height variance, with respect to what it would look like, a number of the images that were portrayed on the screen were 2-story homes. So it was a view from a 2-story home. When the 4-story home was placed on the screen, that actually showed that there is concern as to what it might look like. And the most concerning part is that none of the images, I believe, were 5-story homes, which is what is being requested. It's a request to increase the height to a significant increase that may in fact result in hotel-like structures being built in a tourist home district. And it's simply you have a fairly concerned group of the communities. I would note that so much of the community showed up that you had to add some chairs, although I can imagine that was probably for the next hearing. So we have our adjournment request, and in my last 16 seconds, I will simply say there is enough here to raise some flags for the community that surround this district. They have asked some questions. We don't have those answers yet, and we would simply ask that council reconsider before granting the height variance. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cates. I think there'll probably be some questions. Let's deal first with the adjournment request. So we're in a public hearing setting. There's not really a formal adjournment request process. It is up to any member of council when this item comes for second reading to seek a postponement to a later date. And they can do so for specific reasons. Often with a public hearing, it may be to take in extra information or all of the information has been provided. In this case, a lot of it's already been provided. So it is up to any member of council. So we're not going to have a formal addressing of the adjournment unless a member of council wants to bring up that postponement when it comes for second reading later today. But speaking to the adjournment, you said for additional information. So once again, that doesn't really go to the process. All the information is to be provided now, and we have to make sure that any information that is subsequent, typically there is no more information provided by the public subsequent to the public hearing. And that's to make sure that council is always working from the same information, right? So just as a heads up to everyone, if there is any postponements, you're not to be talking to councillors and lobbying them or anything like that, because the councillors will be saying, no, we can't take those meetings because we've already received the information at the public hearing. So what is it that you were thinking that the adjournment would serve?
Certainly. The position of the community is that we simply don't have the information that we would like in order to respond to the height increase that's being sought. And so the position would be, if the height increase is still being sought, to reduce it significantly, to reject the proposal to increase the height variance without further information. And once that information has been provided, it would allow the community to take in that information, similar to the map amendments. The map amendments were proposed, they were supported, and they have not been significantly opposed here. And so I think that would be the information that would be required is not information that we don't know what we don't know. And so the community would simply say, please, applicant, provide some more information so the community can understand what is it that's being proposed, why is it being proposed, and then could respond to the new information that would be provided by the applicant.
Okay, and I can understand that need. Of course, in the process that we're in, the question isn't, and I'd say this with all due respect, the question isn't whether or not your clients have the information, it's whether or not council feels it has the information to make a decision, right? So that's ultimately where the information threshold is reached. Opening it up to, there, and just so you know, there are a couple of things that have arisen from what you said that I'm also going to be asking of administration or the applicant following public submissions, so I appreciate that. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Katz, for being here and for representing your clients. Help me understand, in your letter, you spoke to a concern around precedents. And help me understand the process when it comes to land use decisions that we make. How do we consider precedent under the law when we make decisions like this? And how would this decision be a precedent in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. So the council has incredible discretion. I don't wish to speak to how much discretion that is. It's simply that the group of you get to decide. And so there's not a precedent that I can say, that I can hold up and say, please, Councillor Faubert, look at this precedent and you are bound by this precedent. And so because of that discretion, I can speak to you more plainly as opposed to legally. The precedent that I'm speaking to when I say that it would set a precedent is the same precedent that was referenced by the applicant in their submissions. So the applicant spoke to, look, we have this other building that we can build that's 7 stories. Okay, well, that would be a precedent. No, it doesn't matter that the building hasn't been built yet, but they can build it. Think how much more persuasive it would be if there was a 7-story building. Then I couldn't speak before you and say, well, there's nothing like it in Silvertip. And so that's the precedent that I would be speaking to. It's that once these structures are built, the next time someone comes before you and says, I would like to build a 5-story building in a separate district, then they could point to these buildings and say, look, they've already been built. And that's the precedent that I'm concerned about being set.
But these buildings would be within a land use district specifically designed for those types of buildings. And I guess I'm just trying to understand, because I thought that really this is site-specific and contextual, in that when we make decisions, it's about literally this site of land and how it is situated, not other lands and other decisions. So I guess just help me understand how that affects my decision in your opinion.
So I'm here, what I'm hearing Mr. Cates say, and it is correct, there is no precedent, that there's no legal precedent. The decisions we make now do not create a legal precedent in the future, and the decisions made previously do not form a legal precedent on us now. But there's a persuasive value, is what I'm understanding. Like we do have 5-story buildings in town. They're not in the Silvertip area, but there are 5-story buildings in town, and in Palliser, they're allowed up to 6 and whatnot. So, but it's not a precedent in the legal sense.
Thank you.
You know, I hope I'm not misquoting you there.
Not at all, but to answer Councillor Faubert, I can bring it back home a little bit to this district in particular. When this district was set as a tourist home district, it was a 12-meter height restriction. And so the tourist homes that would be available would be those types of 2-story homes or townhomes.
But couldn't they have been spread out more? Because the actual numbers haven't increased from what was allowed. I mean, those number of tourist homes could still have been built, but they would have all been in 2 stories instead of a 4 or 5-story.
It would be our position, and again, something that we could speak to further, but the concept of the hotel-like structures is also of concern. So if you spread those out and they're in 2-story buildings, then it's not the type of thing that you would bring, for example, a hockey team might not come into a 2-story townhome. A hockey team would come into a residential district that had a number of rooms that were all in the same structure. And so it's those types of concerns, is that Silvertip could become, if you build hotel-like structures, and that is to a certain degree why, and the slide that I had up, the second last slide, has imagery of already structures in Silvertip. They're 3 stories high, but they're pretty significant structures. And what hasn't been presented is a concept of why that isn't sufficient. If the 5-story building changes that, why is it necessary for it to be a 5-story building in that region? Couldn't we continue to have it available to people where it doesn't look like a hotel and couldn't be utilized like a hotel?
Okay. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mr. Cates, for clarifying that sight lines was not necessarily the most greatest point of concern. I'm just trying to understand, so is it the form factor of a hotel-like structure, or is it the hotel-like use that's implied in a hotel-like structure that is of greater concern, or is it both of concern? If you could clarify that piece, that'd be great.
So the concern is not just so I can focus on the hotel-like structure element, but it goes beyond that. It's the buildings in the region are all within this, have all been built for 20 years within this 12-meter height restriction. And the region, that's what it looks like. So the next step after a building that's 5 stories is built is that others might look like it. Now, the hotel use scenario is something that would be further down the road. Yes, if you have a hotel-like structure that is in a residential district that could be used like a hotel, that it would ultimately be used like a hotel.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Cates. I'll now open it up to anyone else here that would like to speak to this issue. Yes, sir, please come forward. When anyone comes up to speak, I would ask a few things. First of all, you state your name and obviously your position. But before you sit down again, if you could make sure you sign the sheet over there so we get the proper spelling of your name, all right?
Good morning.
Welcome.
My name's Michael Meze, and my wife Andrea and I live at 105 Silvertip Ridge, which is just across Silvertip Road from the proposed development. And I'm just here to speak briefly about the new condo block, the 4-story, 20-ish meter building that's being proposed. And the reason that I've come up to speak is to clarify what it is and what it isn't. Because I understand that council is supportive of anything in Canmore that increases density to create more supply of housing for, I don't want to use the term affordable, but in the broad sense, for men and women and families who are working in Canmore and want to be able to afford a place to live. This is not that. If it was, I would not be standing here. My wife and I have been very supportive of initiatives through Banff Canmore Foundation and other things that support that. But from a policy perspective, this is not that. These have been built as luxury condos. So I don't know, even if they're a bit smaller, under 1,000 square feet, and again, we don't have clarity on unit size, to Will's point. There's a lot of things we don't have clarity on. Even if they're smaller, they're being built as luxury condos. So I very much doubt that they are going to further housing supply for working men and women families in Canmore. And then you add to that the intersection of the short-term rental rules. And I don't understand it. It's some quirk of the rules that somehow in this area, even though the council, I think, has made a policy decision that we don't want short-term rentals in Canmore, don't want to continue that, and don't allow it in most of Canmore. For some reason, in this little pocket, they're allowed. So this is building a big condo block that, as Will said, would act like a hotel. It's a bit of a regulatory arbitrage, and I can see commercial buyers coming in and saying, hey, here's an opportunity, buy a bunch of units. But I know time is tight, so I'll just finish by saying, from a member of the community, what it changes is there's been a lot of stability in Silvertip. It's residential. There are people who live there for various lengths of time, but many long time. And there's stability of community. And a large condo hotel type block that allows short-term rentals changes that. You have people coming in, very short term, in and out. It would become an Airbnb hub within Canmore that generally doesn't allow it. And it's not going to create more affordable housing. And again, I use that term broadly, not subsidized, for men and women in Calgary. So that's why I'm standing here against this proposal. Thank you.
Much, sir. Before you sit down, and thank you for remembering to go to sign. Just to clarify, council has limited the growth of tourist homes. It had previously been limited to certain areas, and we're in the process of then not allowing them further in some areas. We've made those changes mostly in the valley bottom. This particular area has not been has not been changed. Those tourist homes are still as per the original rules, and that's why they're there despite decisions in other places. I just wanted to provide that clarity. And I wanted to ask if council had any questions of this submission? No. So thank you very much, and now please sign.
Thank you for your time.
Looking to see if there are any other individuals that wish to speak to this matter. Yes, sir. Please come forward. And once again, name and before you leave, sign.
Sign, yes. My name's Jeff Bales, Mayor Kratzer, fellow council. Thank you for holding this forum. My concern was mainly the change in the character of the Silvertip development by allowing this type of increase, the 22.32 meters. I'm going to talk just in stories. Let's call that five stories. And if you look at the development, if the areas along, keep the townhouses, what Stone Creek was very good at saying, okay, we're just going to have two-story townhouses on next to Cadence Pond. But if you were to have three-story buildings next to Silvertip Road, and because the land is sloped there, you do get more of the, again, character of the neighborhood in terms of the size and what you would see. And then you could still allow like a four-story building further in around the fifth hole, like into the, I think it was lot 3 of block 9 as opposed to lot 5, which is just being developed now. If you work out the numbers, the four-story would accommodate about 70 units, and I saw that from Stone Creek's presentation. So if you reduced the buildings, two of them that would probably be along Silvertip Road, to 3 stories, which would bring them down to approximately 52 units, and you still had the 4-story buildings, 2 of them, or possibly at least 2 of them in the larger area, which would be lot 5, your density still works. The numbers still work out. And that would be my hope for the area. My second option would be that a 4-story has been proposed, and so I don't see any reason to go change the bylaw to the 22.32, which is much higher than that anyway. That to me doesn't make sense. And then I still have a couple minutes. My third comment was, since this tourist home designation has been brought up, that area, mixing the tourist homes into the residential area, in my mind, whether you agree with my mind or not, doesn't make sense. We have the resort village that has not been developed but is present and already zoned for. That's a commercial area. Tourist homes, I believe, will be taxed at a commercial rate, therefore they are commercial. Would it not make more sense that the tourist home designation be up in the resort area, and then you could have multiple tourist homes because you're going to have a hotel there anyway? That to me makes sense as a designation of where a tourist home should be. If there's some questions about how my thinking is wrong, I'd be more than happy to listen.
Well, we do have the zoning in front of us that has been there, so that's why it's being proposed, because that's the current rules. But I do appreciate your submission, and especially around the question of 22.32 meters. Just looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, please sign, and thank you very much for providing your submission.
Okay. Since we're talking about changes can be made, changes can still be made to the change of tourists to one area to the other.
Looking to see if there are any other individuals that wish to speak to this matter. Just one more call. Anyone wishing to speak to this public hearing? Okay, so before we close this particular public hearing, I do have a question. I was hoping that Ms. Kloppenberg could perhaps answer a question around the height. You had indicated that the proposed building in the area is going to be 18 meters, and yet the bylaw speaks to 22.32 meters. Wondering if you could provide some explanation for the difference in those two numbers.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Krause, for that question. So to clarify, Block 9, as I mentioned, is split into two sections. It's essentially bisected by Mountain Tranquility Gate. Currently, there is only a site plan and development proposed on part of that side. So that's where the numbers of that 18 meters, that's where the models are coming from and then what we were able to show you today. Now again, all of that, the height, the number of units, all of that information has to be determined through the development permit process rather than this land use amendment today. The reason why that 22.32 meters, and I understand that is a very specific number, as a planner, I did not come up with that. That was determined by our architects that we are working with. And it was a little bit of a, not a worst case scenario, but let's say, okay, how do we make sure that we get the density that's required on our site with a minimal disruption to the vegetation and to the trees? What would we need to adjust in terms of the numbers to make this possible on the existing site plan area, and then also on the lower portion, which is on the other side of Mountain Tranquility Gate, that we do not have DP yet for. So we do not have that modeling yet to say exactly how much height will be required of those homes. So it was to enable us to move forward with the knowledge that we had at the time, with the information that we wanted to move forward with the DP, and still be able to achieve the density that we are being held to. And I'll just pass it over to my colleague Marisa Coop as well.
Sorry, Marisa Coop with BNA. Just wanted to add a little bit to that, that explanation that Emily gave. And so one of the goals of Stone Creek is to retain as much of the existing vegetation as possible. And so when we looked at this land use amendment, we really wanted to look at the land use amendment not just for the portion of the land use that we currently have the application in for the DP on, but also for the other portion of the site, which is significantly lower in elevation and has a lot more elevation challenges to it. So in order to kind of model out the worst case scenario of the height that would be required to get that 5-story type of building on the slope with the eave-line requirements and to meet the guidelines within the Silvertip design guidelines, we did the modeling with the architect to determine what the worst case scenario of that height would be, which is 22.3. That's the very specific number that you have. Again, it's Stone Creek's goal to provide the density within the ASP, but do it in a manner that preserves as much of the existing vegetation and the character of the community as possible.
So am I understanding it correctly that it's either 18 meters or 22.32, the maximum is still 5 stories, but because of building on the side of a mountain?
It's the building on the side of the mountain that really gets us. It's also how the building height is calculated in accordance with the town's guidelines and all of that. So it's really trying to encompass all of those changes in one amendment so that we looked at the entirety of the site and not just the portion of the site that Stone Creek currently has the development permit submitted on.
Okay, great. I know that there's a couple of other questions here, so maybe don't go too far. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, for the applicant. Couple questions of clarity. Now you said entry-level housing is 1,000 square feet. Is there a price point on that 1,000 square feet yet?
Sorry, I missed that last question.
Is there a price point on the 1,000 square
no.
feet? No.
No.
Okay. So it's a size thing.
I just have to make sure that we're staying within what's relevant.
Sure.
I mean, tourist homes actually aren't the subject matter of this either. The form is, so we should be keeping our questions to that. Okay.
And I wonder, did the applicant consider removal of the ability to do tourist homes in this zone? Was that considered?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Graham. As Mayor Cuthbert has noted, none of the uses that are listed within the district were the subject of this application. This is a predominantly residential district. It just so happens that tourist homes also included in those permitted uses. And to clarify as well, the visitor accommodation use or the hotel use are not listed within this district. That's correct, yeah, there's no visitor accommodation.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the changes that are proposed, there's the removal of the eave line, but then there's the introduction of the roof, the 510?
5 to 12.
512, sorry. Can you explain that change and what that roof structure change physically might look like? And thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question, Councillor Faber. So development in Silvertip does need to comply to the Silvertip design guidelines. So there are restrictions on what development can look like to make sure that anything new that's being built really does match the character that has been laid out and that so many of these residents have bought into. The change in the height calculations was again to allow for a little bit more flexibility in how the architects were able to achieve the designs envisioned within those design guidelines, but in a way that still allowed them to use space in the upper part of these buildings a little bit differently, perhaps more effectively. So the change from the eave line height to a slope, the pitch of the roof, was purely a way of kind of balancing those requirements, making sure that it was still a safe house, making sure that it still matched those design guidelines, but then could provide a little bit more flexibility, especially when we're building on the side of the mountain.
Just want to clarify that it really is how do we measure that minimum eave height distance, and what we found on the flatter portions of the site, it's much easier. Once we started to get into the steep terrain, it becomes very difficult to clarify what that 9.5 meters or what that eave line actually was, and so it was much easier to provide a slope on the roof as opposed to a height of eave, just because we are dealing with some significant elevation on that site.
It's a long-time issue and not subject only to this particular lot in Canmore. It's what we have with our slopes. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your additional information. I'll now turn to the municipal clerk to advise if we've received any written submissions.
Yes, we have. We received written submission from Dennis Best and William Katz. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, with that then, I am going to close this public hearing. What's going to happen next is we're going to be taking a break because I imagine some who were here for the first hearing may not want to stick around for the second, and there'll be movement and whatnot. Those that are here for this, this first hearing, though, you will be interested in when this matter comes before us. I'm going to guarantee it's not going to happen until after lunch. Even if the public hearing by some way finished before lunch, we would take a break and they wouldn't return to the business of dealing with this item until after lunch. That said, the public hearing may be going longer, so it may be sometime after that. So we'll just have to see, but I can guarantee it won't be until after lunch, and so that will be at least until, we'll say, 1:15 at the earliest. So if you're planning to come back, you might use that as a gauge, all right? We're going to take a 10-minute break, right? Or actually, we're just going to resume at 10:15, so about 8 minutes. We'll resume at 10:15. All right, I'll call to order, please. Looking to the municipal clerk to let me know when we're back streaming. Okay, we're streaming again. All right, now I call to order the public hearing for Bylaws 2025-05 and 2025-13. The purpose of these bylaws are to create the Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan and amend the land use bylaw with respect to changes to variance powers in the interim between when the new ARP is approved, if approved, and related land use bylaw changes are enacted. So the public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will provide a summary of the matter under consideration to set context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There is a large list that have pre-registered that I will go through first, and then we'll open it up to anyone else here that wishes to speak as well. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions, and then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And so with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Mr. Cairns, welcome, and make sure you please adjust the mic however you need it to get as close to you as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Josh Cairns, Town Senior Policy Planner, and I'm happy to give a presentation today to introduce the Connect Downtown Planning Project, which created the Town Centre Area Redevelopment Plan. We gave a pretty fulsome presentation at first reading, but acknowledging the public interest in this, we will do a similar overview to set up the conversation today. So with that said, we'll start off with the question of really, what is the ARP? And so the ARP, or Area Redevelopment Plan for the Town Centre, is really at its core a vision to guide change and evolution in the downtown area, really indefinitely into the future, but for this plan, we're looking at a time frame of about 25 years, a realistic time horizon for at least some of the improvements in the town's control to take place. And this ARP will guide that evolution, or incremental change, we could say, in two fundamental ways. On the one hand, it provides policies that will apply to development and guide their provision, and on the other hand, we have guidance for town actions and investments, so to inform the work that we do as an organization. And the policies of this plan apply to an area a bit bigger than at least what we tend to think of as the commercial area of downtown. This plan area stretches to the Spur Line Trail to the north, the Bow River on the west, Railway Avenue on the east, and jogs around the middle school to the south. And this area, although the policies apply here, of course our area of study extended beyond that as we look at how does this connect to the broader transportation network? How does this connect to and is serviced by the broader public spaces and open trails that people use? But the actual policies will apply to the area shown on this map today. And that raises the question, though, of why do we need an ARP for downtown? Today, change is relatively unguided. It means we make decisions more reactionary, they're less efficient, they're not working towards a clear future direction. And change is inevitable. It's going to happen regardless, so we need an ARP in place to at least understand where we're going and how we're going to get there. And so since change is inevitable, it is important to clarify that downtown is not immune to change. We see worsening housing affordability that is existing downtown and in the broader town. We also see significant barriers to providing homes for residents and also local workers in the downtown area through a mix of single-family zoning and restrictive covenants in place. There's also a lack of suitable housing for downtown workers, so it's pushing downtown workers to periphery areas of the community or outside of the town of Canmore and having to commute in. There's aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced despite relatively low densities to support it, and a fixed road network that can't be expanded but is seeing increasing demand and increasing congestion over time. Tied to that, downtown is where a lot of people come to visit, both residents and also outside of town, and that raises its own unique pressures on the area. We tie that in with broader picture things occurring like climate change impacts and wildfire risk, and we clearly need a plan in place to guide that change and respond to these challenges. So the ARP ultimately answers the question, well, how do we ensure downtown can evolve in a way over time that is responsive to these challenges and also the realities that we face? The plan takes guidance from and also aligns with and implements the recommendations from council-approved plans and strategies. Just to name a few, we have the municipal development plan, of course, the open space and trails plan, we have our integrated parking management plan, and so much more. And those are foundational to the directions of this plan and shape the direction it heads us. We also have the municipal development plan providing the high-level overview and guidance for the town center. And this is an excerpt of sorts from the municipal development plan, quoting that the town center should be the priority area for infill and redevelopment in the town. It should also be the dominant commercial node and the focal point of the community. It should be pedestrian-oriented and encourage bike and pedestrian access, and support increasing density while still respecting the mountain character. This is a project that was created by the town, and it is a project for the town. So the plan was led, managed, and also drafted by a project team with representation from several departments at the town to make sure varying viewpoints, perspectives, and priorities were embedded in it, and that those ultimately responsible for the plan played a key part in drafting it. And it was also supported by updated area-specific technical studies. So that includes an environmental impact statement, transportation impact assessment and parking study that went with that, a transit terminal assessment, stormwater management feasibility studies, a servicing study for our underground utilities, and also architectural test fit studies to make sure whatever we are proposing in terms of land use and urban design can fit with the character of the area and our objectives. So I'll touch briefly on the process that brought us here to where we are today, for those that aren't familiar. So the ARP advanced through 4 phases. One of those was scoping, so 3 public-facing phases of work. The first was the visioning phase, which kicked off in October 2023 and went to February 2024. The visioning phase was about thinking big, engaging the community, and imagining what could downtown be in the future. What should be special about it? What is working today? What is not working today? What do you want to see tomorrow? So our engagement there was focused on broad outreach, aspirational thinking, values types conversations. We took that away and we went into the options phase, which was sort of the bulk of work for this plan. That was taking those higher level visions, the values, the aspirations, the big ideas from the options phase, and engaging the community, or in the vision phase, sorry, and engaging the community on some potential strategies and policy options that would help support that vision. So we took 59 potential strategies or policy directions that we were exploring to the community and collected feedback on that, as well as a land use concept and a transportation and open spaces network. We took that feedback away that we heard from the community and interest holders there, and we did the actual draft plan phase where we wrote the actual plan verbatim and finalized it with a final check-in with the community, and now bringing it here today to a public hearing. So this was the result of a very robust engagement process, the most robust one the town of Canmore has led to date for any planning exercise, and we tried to engage in a variety of ways. We wanted to inspire young adults to participate in youth, so we engaged in classroom activities with them just to get them thinking about this process and helping participate in municipal planning exercises. We did a mix of online and in-person engagement throughout the whole process, everything from information sessions to more typical public engagement, and also more innovative strategies like our warm-up events, where we animated downtown, partnered with local businesses, and had a really deep, meaningful engagement process with the community. That was obviously complemented by our less formal pop-ups, where people could come by and chat with us, where we'd be at Elevation Place and have conversations with the community in their day-to-day business, and then complemented by online engagement, of course, as well. So multiple surveys at each phase of work, and sounding boards online where residents could share their thoughts. So just some photos from the first warm-up to show what that looked like, where we had 800 members of the community show up to that one single night and share their thoughts and really participate in this future visioning exercise for what downtown could be. And that shows up in the numbers. So we had over 4,600 inputs from the community that comes from a diverse representation of all ages, of all backgrounds, and helped drove the directions of this plan. And that was complemented by interest holders providing input as well. So 14 organizations shared their thoughts and contributed to this process. And they did that through, we had visioning phase workshops with stakeholders, we had options phase workshops, and then dedicated sessions as well with the Downtown Canmore Business Improvement Area and BODA. So with that process in mind, I'll now pivot to a little bit of just the highlights of the draft plan to kick us off today. And I think I'll start with just pointing out that the plan acknowledges there are quite a lot of things that are working downtown today, despite the emerging pressures and the necessity to evolve over time. So with that in mind, the plan doesn't enable any large-scale change. It focuses on allowing the neighborhood to incrementally and naturally evolve over time to just be more responsive to those emerging pressures and to community and local needs. So the focus in terms of land use is something that's quite familiar, and it's a form that we already see in South Canmore today. It is looking at gentle density, ground-oriented forms, just more attainable housing options that can meet the needs of a greater number of residents. So when we look at that spatially on a map, we can see here most of that area is in yellow. That is where we're looking at capping building heights at a maximum of 3 stories. And then in small pockets where appropriate, including the stretch of town-owned land where we want to provide a lot of significant community-oriented uses and benefits, looking at allowing up to 4 stories, and that's similar to Railway Avenue. But on most of Railway Avenue, the 4 stories is already permitted under existing zoning. So what we can do is basically lay on a bit of an overlay on the map and just highlight how most of that area in gray, we're not really anticipating any changes in building heights from what can already be built today. The focus is on very small changes outside of that to just accommodate more diverse housing forms. So while the exact numbers will be finalized through zoning amendments based on existing allowances, we'd expect in the residential areas, it means an extra 0.5 meters in building height would be permitted. But what that 0.5 meters does is allows us to allow townhouses, multiplexes, more attainable housing forms that are still very compatible with a single-family neighborhood. So as a quick comparison, the first column here is showing what is permitted downtown today. So in residential areas, you can build up to 9.5 meters in single-family areas and up to 10 meters in the multiplex area under R4 zoning. Commercial area on Main Street and 10th Street, 11 meters, and the Gateway area along Railway, 14. Middle column is what we're proposing or anticipate the final numbers to be when we go through zoning amendments. And you can see there's generally no change. It's just a small 0.5 meter bump up in residential areas. If we want to provide a little bit of context to that, we can look at Banff and their existing allowances. So the residential areas there are 14.5 meters compared to downtown's 10. 12 meters for their commercial area and 14.5 for Gateway. So it's quite modest in terms of what we are looking at or envisioning for downtown. And that really comes from focus on views and connection to the mountains and wanting to preserve those. Where we do allow change, we're really focusing on more equitable, attainable, and affordable housing, and we're using 3 levers to do that. So the first is we want to leverage town-owned land, which is significant downtown, and provide significant amounts of affordable housing that would be perpetually affordable, complemented by community-oriented uses, things that give people a reason to come downtown year-round, stay, and engage with the space. The second piece is incentivizing private development. So where development does happen, putting incentives in place to ensure that the town gets a public benefit out of that, like affordable housing. And the third is allowing more diverse housing options, as I spoke to. So allowing things like gentle infill, multiplexes, duplexes, townhouses to round out the neighborhood. So where we'd look to land these is shown in red and pink here. So the darker red is town-owned land, where we'd look to provide things like affordable housing. You'll note a couple of the surface parking lots are included there, and that doesn't mean public parking is not going to be provided on those sites as part of future redevelopment, but it does mean we would look to build on those sites regardless and provide other uses as well. The light pink is where density bonusing would apply to. It's important to note the town already permits density bonusing and has for quite some time. It would apply already to downtown today, but what we're doing through this plan is we're actually scaling back the areas it applies to so that we can preserve views and connection to the mountains and limit the areas where it would be considered. So when we imagine what this could look like, the real takeaway is it's a familiar form and character that's compatible with the area, as shown in some illustrations here. On Main Street and 10th Street, it's the same building heights, it's the ground-oriented commercial units, and in the residential areas, it's multiplexes that we've seen pop up in South Canmore today. Contemporary alpine architecture, something that already fits in with the way the neighborhood is naturally evolving, really focused on clean lines, modern aesthetics, connection to nature, and really a strong focus on natural materials that reflect Canmore's unique setting. So we have a palette that we've provided which takes inspiration from local rocks in the area, slate, limestone, charcoal, lighter wood tones which are prevailing, and then mixing in accents of powder-coated steel or Corten steel to speak to the industrial past. It's not prescriptive, but it's challenging designers and builders to incorporate materials reminiscent of that into the downtown area. And here's some more images of what that could look like. So again, 9th Street, community-oriented, still parking on the street, but walkable, activating the laneways with commercial uses. Small-scale commercial outside of that, and then on Railway Avenue up to a maximum 4 stories, which we have seen on the east side of Railway Avenue today. This change will be complemented by an enhanced public realm, really focusing on contributing to the sense of place. So I spoke about the use of natural materials, boulders, logs in our play spaces, for example, and pulling that into our public spaces more broadly. Strong focus on pedestrian-oriented lighting, dark sky, layered lighting to create a nice sense of experience while still being sensitive to wildlife. And also new signage program as well. So updating our wayfinding so it's easier to navigate downtown, get from point A to point B, and in a way that reflects the emerging identity of the area. Arts and culture is also going to underpin the future downtown. So the plan proposes retaining existing heritage resources, for example. Miners Union Hall is one key one, or incorporating that into future redevelopments. And any art focusing really on it being multi-purpose and interactive, things that you can actually engage with. Designing our infrastructure with a little bit more intentionality as well to have a secondary function as public art. And implementing some new requirements on construction downtown on Main and 10th so that the construction fencing that goes up can play a public art function as well and not detract from that space while construction occurs. And then we have the environment. A more sustainable, resilient community is a key piece underpinning the plan. So we've strengthened our water body regulations to protect water quality and the ecosystems and riparian areas, requiring new development to implement best practices around fire smart as downtown is at risk. And really wherever we can, widespread use of low-impact development tools or green infrastructure, things like bioswales and rain gardens to give a little bit of that greenery and co-benefits to the area. In terms of open spaces, key features are an expanded Riverside Park. This would be done in the future as demand necessitates it. But this expanded Riverside Park would offer some fire smarting benefits while also connecting downtown to the Riverside Park area and the Bow River through a very clear, intuitive connection right from Main Street to Riverside Park. And then anchoring downtown would be the creation of a new central plaza. So this would be just outside the Civic Center today, stretching across the street and onto the adjacent site and up to Arts Place and incorporating the future redevelopment there. And this would really act as the central gathering point for the community, a place where we can gather year-round, host large events, welcome ceremonies, for example, but also small-scale community events, pop-up events, markets, and things of that nature. So of course, with any plan like this, we have to figure out, well, how do we make this work, especially in terms of the streets and transportation network? And so I think a key thing to keep in mind is our street network is fixed. So what that means is to make the area work for drivers and people that have to use a vehicle means making it easy for anyone who can or wants to walk, bike, or take transit is able to do so, so that the road space can be preserved for those that have to drive. So the integrated transportation plan commits us to a mode share target of 40% bike, walk, transit by 2030. That's a target that is relevant for this plan and will likely have to be exceeded over time as we move forward. So in terms of the map, this is what that looks like. It means we do expand infrastructure for walking and cycling, as I mentioned, so that we can keep the road space for vehicles and reduce the amount of new vehicles that have to use the streets. That would be complemented by a transit hub expanded in the heart of downtown to accommodate increased service. Improvements to our laneways so that those are more walkable along our commercial streets, and expansions and improvements to the trail network, upgrading those and maintaining them where possible to improve connections, including a new stretch of a multi-use pathway behind Railway Avenue. And of course, the heart of that is the recommendation that we create a Main Street that is a place for people. So this isn't just a conceptual illustration of what that could look like in the future, but of course, when we go ahead with this project, that would go through an actual design process and have engagement at that point. The estimated timeline of this is sometime in the 2030s as the underground utilities will be reaching the end of life, which means Main Street will have to be ripped up at that time and reconstructed regardless. So it's a very unique sort of once in a century opportunity for the town to reimagine what the space should look like over the next 20, 50, 80, 100 years. We did look at different scenarios as part of this process, but it's important to be aware that there's a lot of benefits that result from full pedestrianization rather than just partial or seasonal. So the first is that it really allows the space to be designed for human experience and to support accessibility for the greatest number of people, trying to maximize the number of people that can use that space. When we look at other options like partial or seasonal, we have compromised designs as we're trying to fit a lot in a certain space. The second and a really important one is full pedestrianization allows changes to the surrounding street network, where we can reduce the need for signalized intersections and actually improve vehicle flows. So that's a critical part of the transportation studies we did, and that's something that we can only be achieved if we pedestrianize Main Street. So it offers a beneficial impact on vehicle movement and accessibility. The third is also, it allows for expanded commercial opportunities, and commercial businesses can use that space now that was previously dedicated for vehicles, can now spill out into the public realm. It also allows Main Street to kind of embody its unique character and experience moving forward, particularly as other commercial areas start to emerge and offer competition for it. And then finally, a key piece of this is thinking, well, how can we bring the greatest number of people downtown in the winter, and how can we create a place that people actually want to be in the winter? So we have more of that year-round vibrancy rather than seasonality. And a full pedestrianization is something that can really offer that unique experience to people. This was something we took to the community and had a general level of support, but of course, a change of this magnitude is not going to ever have full consensus, so it's worth pointing that out. But in the options phase, we took this strategy to the community where we said, to what extent do you agree or disagree that with a redesign of Main Street as a fully pedestrianized street? And we had a majority of respondents indicate support for that. And I'll close off on the policy pieces with just a summary of parking. So parking is obviously a key concern for administration and for businesses and residents alike. So there's a few strategies that we are recommending as part of the ARP to achieve that. A key one is the creation of an intercept parking facility. So this could be a large facility that would accommodate a significant number of parking stalls, and it would be a one-stop access where someone coming off the freeway, for example, would know, if I go to the spot, I can access a parking stall there. The benefit of that too is it means less vehicles have to drive on the downtown network, so as demand grows, as more people want to get in their cars and come downtown, there is the street space to allow that and accommodate it. Commercial parking, of course, on Main and 10th Street could still be on the laneways as well and still be accessed from the lanes. And where we do have on-street parking, we would be prioritizing accessible parking stalls so that we can again accommodate a large number of people of diverse abilities and mobilities. Although I mentioned at the start, as I had said, I touched on it already, we would be looking at allowing other uses on the surface parking lots. It is about $30 million worth of town land that we want to ensure we are using for benefits to the community. It doesn't mean it precludes public parking from being incorporated into those site designs. And the ARP commits us to that and to consider the need for providing public parking on those sites at the time of redevelopment in the future. And then finally, I'll just point out, as a result, the plan does not mandate any reductions in parking spaces. It's simply looking at how can we best utilize our land and meet that demand in different ways than we do today. A combination of on-street parking, public parking, and an intercept parking lot. And a few notes I'll close off with on the transportation, just keeping in mind that we have constraints, downtown is growing, demand is growing on the streets, so all these transportation changes, everything from pedestrianizing Main Street to an intercept parking lot, is done with the interest of how do we accommodate people downtown as demand grows, and how do we accommodate the greatest number of people so the area can still work. So when we pull it all together, it looks something like this. It's something that is probably familiar to a lot of people today, with some small changes like improvements to our parks and open spaces, the change to the Main Street, a little bit of a more vibrant area with more public open spaces, and then improvements to our street network. And as I mentioned, you can see on the east end of Main Street, potentially improving vehicle flows by reducing the need for signalized intersections. And so we took this final piece to the community. We wanted to do a little bit of a pulse check before public hearing as an extra check-in. So we didn't want to collect feedback on every individual policy item in the 100-page document. As this was a final check-in on the overall directions, we heard from 622 people. 92% of those were residents and 54 were identified as downtown business owners or operators. And the takeaway was that the ARP generally aligns with community interests. So more respondents agreed than disagreed that the policy directions for each area were appropriate. The ARP meets the needs of the community today and the future, and more also agreed that the ARP aligns with community values and aspirations. And if we just look at that visually, with the 50 percentile marked there, blue being levels of either strongly agree or somewhat agree, you can see really broad support from those that we heard from through that process. And we did make a few small changes, even though this was just a pulse check on the draft plan because of what we heard. We heard a lot of concern around changes to the free resident parking program. While it is possible for reasons beyond the ARP that might have to be considered at some point in the future when demand gets to such a point that we might have to revisit those changes, we include in the ARP just for transparency. It's not a direction that is part of the ARP. It is irrespective of what change happens downtown. But we heard the concerns. We don't have to commit to that in the ARP or signal that direction, so we removed that from the policy. And then other housekeeping added some minor edits to improve policy clarity. And then closing off how the plan will work. So as I mentioned, it'll guide incremental change in two ways: policies for development and guidance for town actions. And that change will be incremental. So these plans, they set a vision. Redevelopment still occurs as the result of decisions by individual private property owners. And change as a result will be incremental over several decades, whether that is development on private lands or whether that is town improvements. Also, those improvements as a result will be opportunistic, of course. They will happen as most make sense to minimize costs and maximize benefits. So for example, as I mentioned, Main Street having to get ripped up due to underground utilities being replaced, that's when we would redesign Main Street to the future street that we want. And should council approve the plan, we would begin implementation actions. That would include finalizing some updated financial testing and prepare amendments to our density bonusing regulations that already exist in the land use bylaw. We'd also prepare amendments to zoning and our other regulatory documents to bring them into alignment with the ARP. And also we're doing an engineering study to look at changes to underground parking structures and where we can allow those, not just downtown, but across Canmore. And thank you, appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cairns. Now, before I introduce public submissions, just looking to council to see if there are any questions of administration. None at this time. Thank you very much. Okay, so this brings us to the public verbal submissions. You may have heard this at the earlier session, but I will repeat myself so that it's fresh. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you'll appear on the live web stream of this hearing and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. At this point, I also want to point out that we're all on the same side here. We're all wanting to create something that is for the best of the downtown area. We may have different ideas, and we want to hear those thoughts, but we're all wanting to get to a place that is good. And so please know that council is listening. I know that there is some amendments already being thought of based on the written submissions that we've been provided. I know I'm working on a few, and I know that other councillors are as well. So what you're informing today is you're informing that sort of a process so that we can be thinking in terms of what we want to make sure we keep, something we may want to tweak, and maybe something we want to remove. So the way I'm going to be proceeding is, as per our procedures, you can register to vote. So I go first to the registered list, and then I go to open it up to the public, to anyone else wishing to speak. I do want to give a heads up that if we do have a number of speakers speaking to the exact same thing, I may just note that, you know, if anybody wishes to speak to that subject matter, if you have something to add, please do. But if you're just going to repeat something that has already been said maybe multiple times, council has heard that, and so you may be, that may go to your decision whether you wish to speak or not. With that then, I'm going to go, and as I go through this list, if the person's here, great. If not, I'm just going to move on. So the first on my list is Renee Meggs. Is Renee here? Welcome. So for the registered speakers, you don't necessarily need to sign because we have your name already. But for example, with yourself joining Renee, you'll be wanting to put your name down because we don't have your name yet. So anyway, the microphone is yours. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. So to prepare for my submission, I did many things, including meeting with the five of six councillors and the mayor, and I appreciate all of you being willing to speak with me. I've spoken with lots of downtown businesses, locals, regional business users, regional staff, and visitors to get their perspectives. So here's a handout of the feedback that I heard. I read the draft ARP, the ITP, and the IPMP. Both the ITP and the IPMP outlined many of the same ideas about road design and parking supply. When I saw statements, and just heard now that like 63% of respondents agree with the vision laid out in the ARP, and I've actually only met 3 people in all of my conversations that approve of it, I mused whether the results of the draft ARP were actually valid indicators of support, especially when the surveys seem to have an obvious agenda. So here's what I don't understand. The town has decided to address increased road pressure from community growth and tourism by narrowing the streets, creating pinch points, installing calming features, decreasing the speed limit, shortening the time of traffic lights to slow traffic down, decreasing parking supply, closing Main Street year-round, doing everything it can to make driving uncomfortable in and around the town, so that single vehicle use will drop by 20% in the next 5 years. So I'm having a hard time understanding how increased response times for emergency vehicles is acceptable as part of the redesign process. We all saw what happened in Jasper last year. And although the town's implementing some fire break measures, they've already put in complete streets applications along Palliser, Cougar Creek Bridge, Bow Valley Trail, the A&W intersection, and plan to start rehabilitating Railway Avenue soon. All of these changes are compounded by trains blocking access to emergency services and blocking people getting in and out of the downtown in a timely manner. The town of Banff recognizes that cars are a reality. They currently have 1,087 parking stalls in their 11 parking lots, including a downtown parkade that provides additional free parking in the low season, while we only have 472 stalls in 5 parking lots, including Elevation Place. Banff's trying to develop more parking at the east end of town to grow the number of parking stalls, while Canmore is trying to decrease parking supply. In fact, the town started that a while ago when this building was built over a parking lot. Nothing in the 3 plans acknowledges the role that regional users, regional staff, and regional owners play in our local economy. All have to pay for parking or try, like the rest of us, to find a spot for free. There's no increases in the number of free parking spaces like Banff's during the low season. We need to support locals, regional users, regional staff, and regional owners. These proposed changes don't recognize we have distinct high and low seasons, that people want to access the downtown for meetings, appointments, and quick stops, and don't have the time to bike ride or take transit all the time, especially not during the cold winter months, or when intercept parking may not actually become a parkade for 5 to 15 years. We don't live in a climate like Amsterdam's. If these changes go ahead, locals, staff, regional users, and many visitors will simply stop coming. And although that could be seen as a success from a mode shift target perspective, it'll fundamentally change the nature of downtown from a vibrant community to a monoculture. All of the councillors and the mayor that I met with told me that this won't happen for some time, that it may not happen at all because of changing council priorities or budgets. But once it's policy, you won't be coming to the public at large for feedback. And just because it'll happen slowly doesn't make these changes a good idea. Most of the councillors and staff I met with said affordable housing needs to be built on these parking lots. But trying to address a housing crisis by creating an economic crisis is not sound strategy. I also heard from councillors and staff that there may be some parking underneath the buildings that the ARP proposes building, but that vagueness isn't good enough. We need a parkade or two downtown, not residential or other buildings. I heard from you, Mayor, that you plan to recommend a downtown parkade, and we need to see that in the plan. I know you've received many letters from this public hearing, and I know that at least one of you has expressed that you give very little weight to form letters. It's my hope that you'll reconsider that position, not only because form letters are an acceptable format to express an opinion, but because it should help you make a balanced decision based on the many groups that will be impacted by the ARP: locals, regional users, regional staff, regional owners, business owners, and visitors.
Great, thank you.
For
Thank you
being
very
open
much.
to listen to my feedback.
Great, thank you. Did you have any questions of this speaker? No, thank you very much for sharing your views this morning. Appreciate that. Okay, moving to the next, Carrie and Sean Meggs. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
We want to commend the town for taking the bold step of launching the Connect Downtown ARP. Strategic, long-term thinking is essential for our community, especially when balancing the pressures of affordability, tourism, transportation, and livability. This plan challenges us to consider, what do we want our Canmore to look and feel like in 25 years from now? And that's the exact question we need to be asking ourselves. But a strong vision requires a strong process. And unfortunately, the process behind this ARP has been deeply flawed. The public engagement was intended to be grounded in community values, but instead of drawing from a broad, balanced cross-section of residents, it relied on tools that were poorly designed and failed to capture the complexity of public opinion. The process failed to allow for meaningful input, and as a result, it failed to earn public buy-in. We can see that today. Without that buy-in, no matter how well-intentioned the plan may be, it becomes a document that reflects the town's priorities, not the community's. Community consultation cannot be reduced to a formality. It must be a cornerstone of planning. It's a two-way relationship between those who govern and those who live with the consequences. That relationship depends on trust, transparency, and a willingness to truly listen. The consultation, in my belief, failed to do this. Many of us came ready to engage. We wanted to contribute, but instead, we encountered surveys that felt designed to steer, not to learn, filled with leading questions, bundled issues, and limited options for dissent or nuance. Complex trade-offs were reduced to simplistic choices. The chance to voice genuine concerns were replaced with questions that nudged us towards predetermined answers and outcomes. Also concerning is that non-residents were invited to weigh in on matters that will never affect their day-to-day lives. That may be appropriate for feedback on tourism or Main Street experiences, but when it comes to residential zoning, density, long-term livability, the voices that matter most are the ones who call Canmore home. This wasn't genuine consultation. It was a presentation dressed as engagement. And when the process appears more focused with appearances rather than truly listening, it doesn't just lead to poor policy, It undermines public trust.
You may hear we made changes based on feedback, but when we look closely, those changes are largely cosmetic. Concerns around building heights, parking, public space were acknowledged in wording but not in substance. For instance, the plan now speaks of 3-story buildings but still allows 4-story buildings through bonus density incentives. That's not compromise, that's rebranding. Respectfully, this isn't engagement, it's the appearance of engagement. One clear example of the planning department pushing an agenda came after the first reading when the town planner recommended the council move the ARP to public hearing and proceed directly to second and third reading all in the same day. That suggestion speaks volumes. Thankfully, the mayor suggested extending the time between readings, so we appreciate that. What's at stake here isn't just zoning or density, it's the integrity of the planning process. When residents feel ignored or misled, they don't just withdraw from one project, they begin to disengage from civic life entirely. This is dangerous. And let's be clear, that frustration doesn't stay contained. It spills over onto town staff, onto councillors, into the very institutions that are supposed to serve and protect the community. So today we're not here as opponents, we're here for an opportunity. You still have time to pause, reflect, and reset this process so it brings people with it, rather than leaving them behind. Council, your role is not to just approve plans, is to uphold the integrity of the process that creates them. That means asking hard questions, not just of your staff, but of yourselves. Were all voices heard? Was disagreement genuinely welcomed or quietly dismissed? Were changes made to reflect input or just to appear responsive? We urge you to step back and ask, is this ARP truly ready for implementation? We don't believe it is. Canmore deserves a downtown that reflects its values, but more importantly, Canmore deserves a process that respects its people.
Obviously practiced very well. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Looking to see if there's any questions of council. Seeing none, I should just note, it's the always practice to schedule second and third readings the day as the public hearing, and then it's up to council as to whether we postpone it if we need more time or not. Different councils take different approaches. Some do that and some don't. So anyway, just so you know, that's just regular practice. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll now call on Frank Kernick. Good morning and welcome. Sure. Oh. Welcome again. And the mic is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Frank Kernick, developer Spring Creek, lifelong resident of Canmore. I just want to bring something that brought forward about 10 years ago to the previous mayor, Mayor John Borman, when he was looking to take the old liquor store, when we grew up, me and Karen, and made it into Arts Place. And that time I tried to convince John that is a waste of some money at this time to put this money into an old building. It went forward still, but I proposed to him, I don't know if we're able to bring it up. Oh, you didn't get it? Hi, well. Where is that show to people? I'll just explain it best I can. Oh, sorry, you got enough? What I proposed to John Borman and some of the previous councils years ago was take the land right across the street from here where the old Tourist Information Center used to be and building a 4-story building that was basically offices faced in this direction, could be additional town offices, small ones, or maybe a tourist information thing facing this direction, and building a brand new at the other end, but the same size, an Arts Place in a new structure. But included in this would be approximately 3 stories also of parkade that we would need for downtown, as a lot for downtown. I still believe, like majority of people, we still need parking downtown. The town did a very smart thing over the last 20 years. It did purchase a lot of vacant land downtown, and I think that puts us in a really excellent position for being able to have controlled growth downtown with affordable housing. I agree, I think some of these lots could be used still for visitor accommodation. But what I proposed was on the 4th floor of this building was about a 30,000 square foot conference center as well. We are a tourist town. We have to admit to that these days. And to support a tourist town, something you just saw Calgary build a huge conference center in Calgary, and that was to support the city of Calgary and all their commercial growth. Canmore always wants to balance out its mill rate to have commercial growth and also to have, for me, a large conference center. Yes, it would be in competition with the Malcolm Hotel, but this is about the community, and it's our shoulder seasons that we still struggle with, the October, November, Decembers, the January, February, Marches, Aprils, that we have visitor accommodation units that still are not fully occupied, maybe 50%. We're busy on the weekends, but we're not busy during the week. So for all those people that work in the retail sector downtown, for all the people that work in the tourism sector, whether you're cleaners or whether you're restaurant people, to even out our year to make sure that we have this more even stable employee base, I think would benefit the town of Canmore and all the businesses of the town of Canmore. Picture a conference of 1,000 people up on the 4th floor of this building with 360-degree views. It'd be one of the most beautiful conference centers in Western Canada. Picture them at lunchtime going down and shopping, or in between sessions going down shopping in the middle of November to support our retail people. Picture them going to the pubs after for a drink downtown. We don't want everything to happen up in Three Sisters. We don't want everything to happen in Silvertip. And same as Spring Creek. We want to support our downtown businesses. We've always struggled to make sure we're going to do that. We limited retail spaces on Bull Valley Trail and other places in the past to have a strong downtown core. I believe we need parking. I believe we need a parkade. I believe right across the street is the best location. If in the future people are coming in on 10th, easy to get to this parkade, easy to go out, to have the good circulation. I think it's the right location. And sorry I wasn't part of any of the visiting sessions. I dusted this file off from 10 years ago, just a few days ago, to how to find it in the whole archives. It's just something I think we really should consider while you're going through this thing to allow for additional height for that one lot across the street. It might only need to be about 14 meters. I know you're allowing 12. But if you do three parquet levels, they're about 3 meters per level. And at the 4th floor, I think you would want to have about 5 meters just to get the height to make it grandiose. It doesn't need to be a big roof. It could be a flat roof. I think if you look at my drawing there, I made sure that it ended at so it wouldn't block that one building. I also put in it about 16 PAH units that you could also build into this building. So sorry, it's not able to put up here for the people in the audience, but I hope council and administration and the consultant considers this.
Thank you, Mr. Kernick. There's a question. CRU, is that commercial retail unit?
Yes, just a commercial, I put along 9th Avenue there. The access to the parquet would be through the back lane and exit through the back lane. It was just a thought. I just, again, did this calculation years ago to show about 170 parking stalls that you would have. So if you get rid of the surface parking stalls, which you bought, and use something else, then this at least would support bringing some parking in. And again, during the fall, when you're not super busy, the conference space would use that parking as parking areas. But it'd also be a great place for community functions. Larger community functions. We had a larger conference center that was located downtown.
Great. Thank you very much. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. No, thank you for sharing your perspective today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up, Doug and Sherry Protz. Thanks to you both for being here. Welcome. And whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Mayor and councilors, thank you for the opportunity for Sherry and I to share our thoughts.
I'm Doug Protz, obviously. This is Sherry Protz, my wife, and we are Elk Run Custom Homes. We've lived in Canmore for 31 years, and we have raised our 2 children, Julie and Max, in Canmore, which we call home. In our 31-year home building career, Elk Run Custom Homes has constructed 75 buildings, which include 145 residential units. Not bad, eh? We are before you all not to speak about our 31 years of expertise in construction, but we'd like to share our thoughts on the fairness of the proposed ARP process. After 31 years in the construction industry, we understand that we all need a good plan in order to be successful, all of us. The town, Elk Run Custom Homes, everybody. A good ARP is a good roadmap. It is essential. There's some good things in this ARP proposal. There is. For instance, when we look back to the vision phase in early 2024 and 2023, we had, among other engagements, we had 22 stakeholders engaged, we had 100 Canmore young adults engaged, and 216 children from the Lawrence Grassy Middle School engaged. 316 of those engagements were young adults and middle school's children. And that all seems fair, right? Let's get the children and youth adult involved. After all, they are our future, and we need to guide them and teach them. That's totally fair, and that's totally a good thing. But when we directly asked Josh and the planners, how many residents in the proposed ARP area were directly engaged? He replied, 0. Not a single resident was engaged. Why is that, I wonder? So I asked, 316 youth and children are being directly engaged, but not one single resident? Why? His response was, we can't engage everyone in Canmore. And you know what? That's fair enough. Time, money, budgets, we get it. We're in construction, of course. We totally understand. But I said, I asked, you engaged the children, you asked the tourists, out-of-towners, Australians, everyone. Why not the locals? Why were the locals in this affected ARP area not directly engaged? And the response was, we're just covering our bases. Over and over, we're just covering our bases. That was the reason. So does that seem fair? I've had one councillor mention we need to share. And to me, that sounds like things should be fair, right? But when you have 316 youth and children engaged directly and 0 residents, it's not fair. So remember, also, back in 2024, when the online engagement occurred, we had a survey, and surveys are good. Yeah, get people's thoughts, just like here. And do you remember big idea number 1 was embrace nature and mountain views? Heck yeah, that's totally fair. Let's do that. Who doesn't want to do that? Who doesn't want to take care of nature and the views? But what it did not say in that skewed survey is that big idea does not apply to the residences in the ARP area. It doesn't. In fact, all 10 big ideas are misleading. Read them again, and you'll realize they are not fair questions. They are skewed. They're designed to garner the responses Josh and his team are looking for. It's clear as day. Our neighbors right next door to us, Ron and Virginia, who have lived in the area for 56 years and have helped build Canmore for 90 plus years, signed deals with the town planners 56 years ago. They made a deal, and it was written as a contract, as a caveat on all our properties. And now Josh wants to tear these deals up and throw them away because they don't suit the Canmore vision.
So you've reached your time. I do hear your comments around process. I'd like everyone to please resist specifically naming individuals and impugning any sort of intent upon them. But I hear what you're saying as to your preference around direct engagement. So thank you. Looking to see if there's any questions of council. Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have one more before we take a quick break. Martin Buckley. There's Martin back there. Mr. Buckley, welcome to council. The microphone is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you, council. My name is Martin Buckley. I'm a permanent resident of the town of Canmore, having lived here for 39 of the past 42 years. My residence is on Mount Rundle Place within the town center area, and as such, I consider myself directly impacted by the proposed ARP. I've already provided a written submission to the hearing, so the bulk of my comments on the main concerns are already before you. I want to take this time to provide some additional thoughts and observations. As some of you may know, I have a combined 30 years of working for both the town of Canmore and the MD of Bighorn in senior management positions during the period of 1983 to 2018. So I have familiarity with the Alberta Municipal Government Act, specifically Part 17 of that document, which covers planning and the intent and impact of key planning documents such as the proposed ARP. I was with the town of Canmore when planning documents of the day outlined the future redevelopment of 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Streets between 7th and 8th Avenues, with higher residential structures and the associated densification. The town center ARP now seemingly envisions a similar progression into the residential neighborhoods from 7th Street to the Spurline Trail, primarily on the west side of 8th Avenue. But there is one significant difference between those changes on 4th to 7th Streets back in the 1980s to 2000 and what's being proposed in the aforementioned town center area. Back then, the 4th to 7th Street area was ready for redevelopment. The existing housing stock at the time was older homes, well kept for the most part, but reaching the end of their useful life. There were few, if any, properties already redeveloped with new single-family residences in that area at the time. Today in the town center area, however, it's a different story. Redevelopment has already commenced, and it's pretty much all new single-family dwelling units replacing older single-family units, and also staying within the current height and density regulations. These new dwelling units likely have a 40 to 50-year lifespan, outlasting proposed town center ARP, and all of them will become existing non-conforming uses under the Municipal Government Act if R4 zoning is imposed, meaning there are severe restrictions on what can be done with those houses. An informal walk around shows there are already about 20 to 25 homes in the 8th to 11th Street area alone that are maybe 5 to 10 years old, that is relatively new, and nearly all of River Road and the west side of 8th Avenue between the Legion and the Rundle Drive corner also fall into that relatively new category. While those latter two stretches have already gone to higher densities and higher structures, the 20 to 25 newer structures in the 8th to 11th Street stretch are 1 to 2 story single-family dwelling units. It is difficult to see those homes sitting next to 3 or possibly 4 story multifamily dwellings within the lifespan of the proposed ARP. Changing subjects somewhat, I had mentioned in my written submission that there are 2 frightening and unacceptable concepts for us, being the building heights of 4 to 5 stories and the boning concept that is proposed. When the bonusing concept in particular is linked together with the wording that is proposed on page 3 of the ARP document, in the interpretation part where it states, policy is mandatory, the policy is still considered mandatory, except in circumstances where the development authority deems that such a requirement is not applicable, unreasonable, unattainable, irrelevant, or where alternatives are satisfactory. That's a pretty high degree of latitude being given to development authorities, those authorities being the Planning Commission, the a subdivision development appeal board, and in the case of zoning and direct control, council itself. I made a point of reviewing previous but still relevant ARPs, the Bow Valley Trail, Spring Creek, and Teepee Town ARPs, and I did not see similar wording about latitude in those documents, nor did I see the wording or similar wording in the current municipal development plan. Why is there a need to introduce this in the wording in the draft town center ARP? Why have the authors felt the need to put this in, unless there's obvious intent to be very flexible with the policy being mandatory statement? You will certainly hear today the great angst around parking and traffic issues, utility capacity concerns, and retention of green space. My thoughts on these or other matters are in my written submission. I hope these thoughts are given serious consideration in the interest of doing what's best for the town as a whole. Council, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for sharing your perspective this morning.
Thank you again.
Okay, we're going to take just a few-minute break, allow people to stretch their legs. We're going to come back at 11:22. Order. So just a couple things before I call it the next speaker. Just double check with the clerk that we are streaming again. Excellent. Okay, a couple of quick clarifications. People have been asking, where am I on the list? This is actually no different than if it was a public hearing with the 50 people wanting to speak. It's just that some had the opportunity to register ahead of time so they know that they're on the list. We're going to get to everybody, but just like at a public hearing, there's no guarantee you're going to be up in the next half hour or anything like that. The other thing I just wanted to clarify is we had one of our speakers talk about direct engagement, and just so you, what I took that to mean was actually reaching out individually to that, to those residents to do direct engagement. Of course, everybody had opportunity to be involved in the engagement that occurred. So I just wanted to clarify that. The next speaker is Paul McDougall. Oh, see him coming back here. Mr. McDougall, welcome, and the microphone is yours whenever you're ready.
I will be brief. Greetings, I'm Paul McDougall. I live on Mount Peachy Place with my wife and 2 children. We have been full-time residents in Canmore for 20 years, and Canmore is our home. We specifically bought in Mount Peachy Place because it's a single-family home neighborhood. To that end, I would like to highlight that 49 residential lots in the proposed rezoning area have a restrictive covenant attached to our property titles, which the proposed ARP directly violates. As a result, Council is currently being asked to approve something which contravenes the restrictive covenant, and I have been advised by local legal counsel that the town should not be able to pass any new land use bylaws resulting from this ARP that do not meet the minimum requirements of this restrictive covenant. From discussions with residents in my area, the town has not actively consulted directly with any of my neighbors regarding the restrictive covenant, and I see no mention of it in the ARP. In March, the mayor was kind enough to make time to meet with me regarding some of my concerns, including the restrictive covenant and its enforcement. And he has confirmed the town currently does not plan on removing the restrictive covenant as part of this process and can't subsequently do so without getting the required consent of 60% of the affected lot owners as stipulated in the document. Ultimately, my request of council is simple. When it comes to the restrictive covenant and the proposed rezoning of our single-family homes, either the town needs to properly follow the path of directly engaging with the affected lot owners and seeing if the restrictive covenant can be legally discharged. And from my canvassing of my neighbors, the town currently won't obtain the required 60% threshold, or the town needs to remove the proposed rezoning of the affected lots in the ARP and remove the legal conflicts the current proposal would create. In this scenario, the town could then take their time to properly deal with this issue, and our residential area could be included in a future Lions Park or large ARP process. Thank you for your time and allowing me to present my views.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Just to clarify further to our meeting, and just so in case anybody else wants to speak with it, it's a live issue. The restrictive covenants, my understanding, will still be enforceable. They are still, anything that's a planning is still subject to them to be enforced by neighbors. I am giving consideration to whether or not there can be an amendment that could be made that will help recognize that. And whether or not that's supported by council, that's to be determined at another time. But just to let you know, because it was mentioned earlier around the restricted covenants, if anyone is just speaking solely to that issue, it's heard and it's a live issue. Okay.
Thank you.
And looking to see if there's any questions from council. See none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. When I do call your name, if for some reason, by the way, if you are no longer wanting to speak, I did have one person come up and say, hey, scratch me, my points have already been made, scratch me from the list. If I call your name and you don't want to speak, either just don't respond or just say, never mind, or something like that, all right? Just because your name's here doesn't mean you're required to. But the next speaker is Roger Jackson. Mr. Jackson, welcome to council. The microphone is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. I've been a resident of Canmore for 40 years and have been very interested and welcomed the continuing development of the arts and cultural element of this community. Thus, I was extremely pleased to see in the ARP a number of references to the importance of further development of arts and culture in our community. My presentation today is to reinforce to council and to the city planners the importance of arts and culture, particularly to small communities like Canmore. So at the risk of sounding a little bit preachy, I would like to give you a list of things that I think we should consider as we go forward with our planning. Community pride and identity. Arts and cultural activities help define a community's unique character, whether it's murals, local music, traditional crafts, theater. These creative expressions reflect local stories, values, and history, and citizens supporting them foster a sense of pride and belonging to the community. Secondly, economic boost. Investing in the arts often has a solid economic return. Art festivals, galleries, performances can attract tourists and boast local businesses. Artists themselves often buy materials, rent studio space, and contribute to the economy. Number 3, social connections and inclusion. The arts bring people together. Events like community art projects, concerts, cultural festivals create connections across age and backgrounds and culture. They make room for voices that might otherwise not be heard. Number 4, youth engagement. Creative opportunities give young people outlets for self-expression and positive involvement. Programs like after-school arts clubs, theater groups, or music lessons help develop confidence, skill, and even future careers. Mental health and well-being. Creating and experiencing art can be deeply therapeutic. In small communities where mental health resources might be limited, engaging with art through painting or dance or music or storytelling can offer a healthy emotional outlet. Number 6, education and critical thinking. Arts promotes creativity, problem solving, and empathy. When kids and adults engage with the arts, they learn to see the world in new ways, they think critically, and they communicate effectively. The preservation of culture. Small communities often have rich traditions, folk art, choral histories, local music that risk being lost. Supporting the arts helps preserve and pass on cultural heritage to future generations. Linking neighboring communities. Small communities play a vital role in supporting touring artists by providing essential stops between larger cities, helping artists and bands sustain their careers and grow their audiences. Canmore is a key link for artists traveling from Calgary and the BC interior, north to Jasper, northeast to Edmonton, and west to Prince George. Strengthening arts and creative industries. Canmore's ongoing growth will create new opportunities for creative workers, musicians, producers, art administrators, festival organizers, and others to live, work, and thrive in the community. This will diversify the population, enrich local arts ecosystem, and contribute to region's vitality. And lastly, strengthening and promoting cultural tourism. Canmore's natural beauty presents a unique opportunity to expand cultural tourism by integrating arts and heritage experiences with the surrounding environment. I hope all of these are helpful for future planners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Beth and Hannah Ordman. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor. Thanks for hearing from us all today. We really appreciate it. As you mentioned, my name is Hannah Ordman, and I'm actually here to facilitate a pre-recorded presentation by my mom, Beth Ordman. So I'm hoping that this is happening, yes. If I can direct all your attention up to the screen. You ready to go? Do we have audio? Try again?
Perhaps we can do the next one, get IT to fix the sound, and then she can come back. Okay.
Thank you.
So people are aware, under our procedural bylaws, a person or group may submit their presentation using a pre-recorded video or audio, provided that the recording is shown by a representative who's present in council chamber or via electronic attendance in order to answer questions. So that's why this is allowed, because Hannah's here. So hopefully that will get working. I'll now move to Jeremy Elborn. And the microphone is yours.
Welcome. Good morning, Mayor Krausert and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeremy Elborn, and I'm the Executive Director of Arts Place, Canmore's Community Arts Center. As someone who has been involved in arts and culture in this community for many years, and who has had the privilege of watching Arts Place grow into a hub for connection and creativity, I want to express my strong support for the proposed downtown Canmore area redevelopment plan, and in particular for the town's commitment to embedding arts, culture, and heritage in the vision for our downtown. At Arts Place, we see every day how creative experiences build connection, belonging, and pride of place. Whether it's a child discovering their creativity in a workshop, a newcomer finding community through a cultural festival, or a local artist performing to a full house on a Tuesday night, these are the moments that matter. More than entertainment, they are the quiet, powerful foundations of community well-being. These events support mental health, foster social cohesion, and cultivate civic pride. They make Canmore not just a place to live, but a place to love. They also support our economy. When people come downtown for a concert, a movie, or an exhibition, they stay for dinner, browse a shop, or meet a friend for a drink. The arts don't just reflect our values, they reinforce our local vitality. They also support, we know that Canmore is facing complex and urgent challenges: housing, transportation, climate, and infrastructure, all amidst the projected close to doubling of our population in the next 25 years. These challenges are real, and they demand creative, balanced solutions. That's why I believe this plan is so important. It doesn't frame arts, culture, or heritage as afterthoughts. It positions them as part of the solution, a way to create a downtown that feels complete, a place that supports the whole person and the whole community. This plan isn't about pitting one priority against another. It's not arts versus recreation, culture versus retail, or heritage versus housing. We need all of these things. But we also need to ensure that as we build for the future, we don't lose the very soul of what makes this town so extraordinary. That's why I'm so encouraged to see this plan take a holistic approach. It reflects an understanding that a truly livable, sustainable community isn't just one that meets basic needs, it's one that nurtures the human spirit. That brings people together, that tells a story future generations will be proud to inherit. What I see in this ARP is a carefully constructed plan based on global best practices and extensive community consultation. A plan designed to attract both full and part-time residents to the downtown core rather than driving them away. A plan that supports small local businesses by creating vibrancy and engagement of both residents and visitors alike through the arts, housing, outdoor spaces for year-round activities, walkability and accessibility, and an overall real long-term community focus. Arts Place is proud to be part of that story. As a long-standing downtown organization, we've seen how arts and cultural activity activate public space, support small businesses, and create opportunities for inclusion. We're committed to continuing that work in collaboration with the town and with our many community partners. We know this kind of planning isn't easy. It involves tough decisions, competing pressures, and long timelines. And it's happening at a time when Canmore is changing, growing in ways that can feel both exciting and overwhelming. That growth is inevitable, but with it comes an opportunity to shape a downtown that reflects the best of who we are and what we care about, not just for today, but for the future. Thank you for recognizing the role that arts, culture, and heritage can play in that vision. And thank you for your thoughtful leadership during a time of opportunity. As part of this community, Arts Place will continue doing what we do best, creating space for people to come together, share stories, and imagine what's possible, right here in the heart of Canmore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elborn. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, turning to the clerk, is that other one ready to go?
Yeah, so what I recommend is actually we'll move to Louise and Mace, because that one video is on mine, and that's actually going to be Jeremy as well, answering questions. So then we'll see if it's that court issue or this court issue. So we'll do that one, and then with the results, move back.
So there's actually only two videos today,
Correct.
right? There's
Yeah.
the one that you want us to go to now, and then the one that was
That's correct.
Beth Boardman. Okay, so let's do the Louise De La Fuente and Mace Rosenstein video, and Jeremy Elborn is here to answer any questions. Why I'm not particularly fond of the videos. go to the next one. All right. All right, now, do we have Becky on Zoom? No, we do not. Okay, so that one's off. Nathan Brown. Is Nathan Brown here? Welcome, and microphone's yours.
Great, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I too am a resident of Mount Peachy Place, the affected area to be rezoned by the ARP. I would like to speak to the plan to change us from R1 single-family housing to R4 four-story buildings. In the presentation we just witnessed here, it opened by saying R1 single-family housing and restrictive covenants are currently a barrier to affordable, attainable, livable, and sustainable housing for people who want to work and live in Canmore. It then goes to say those are goals for the current ARP. So what I want to speak to is both livability and affordability in the proposed rezoning of our neighborhood, which currently is very livable and very nice. Regarding affordability, densification is always touted as something that's going to increase affordability, yet this has not happened throughout Canada. You can look at many examples in many different cities. Typically what happens, you can buy a house for a certain price, bulldoze it, put up a four-story apartment building. The units are not sold at affordable prices. They're typically sold for more than the house was bought for. This has happened all over Calgary. I recently looked on Realtor.ca at a condo that was for sale across from the flatbread company for $1.1 million. Certainly not affordable. Now it's zoned with density bonusing, saying that the developer is obligated to make some affordable housing if they want to go up to 4 stories. But there's incredible laterality, as was described earlier, meaning they do not have to meet that obligation. They can simply pay the town, and then they do not have to make affordable housing. Or they can make a so-called green building, or at least have plans for it. And then they do not have to, again, make affordable housing. So if the developer has the option of selling a unit for $300,000 or $400,000 versus $1.5 million, they're going to take the lateral option. So that's affordability. As far as livability goes, if you take a neighborhood that's currently has a height restriction of 2 stories and you change it to 4 stories and block out sun and views to the mountains, that changes the livability substantially. The way it was worded in the presentation there was preserving views and connection to the mountains. It was personally communicated to me that that is a vision for the downtown and for the tourist corridors. That is not a priority for residential and individual houses. That was communicated to me. Second part of livability I want to comment on is that there is, again, incredible laterality to how these developers are allowed to build multiplex units. For instance, the current 6-story proposal for 100 Palliser Lane, the amount of parking for those particular units is now slated at, I believe, 98 parking stalls for 144 units. So that means 1/3 of the units do not have a parking stall. So if you only have 1 car per family, then you don't have the option of parking in a parking stall. You're fighting with everybody on the street. So imagine this, you come home from work and you can't even park in your own building. So if the goal is sustainability, livability, affordability, I do not think that this current ARP as it is now is actually going to achieve those goals. What you are going to achieve is pushing out residents who do live and work in those places now, people such as myself, and you're going to replace them with unaffordable units and unlivable units. So who's going to buy these units? It's not going to be people living and working in the town. It's going to be people who are here on vacation and don't need to worry about not having a parking stall and parking on the street for the weekend. And it's not going to be affordable either for people. So I do think that this needs to be halted for this current ARP, readdressed with current and with engagement with the homeowners as they stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing your perspective. With regards to those videos, I'm going to suggest something. They could just be sent to council, and we could watch them. It's not totally aligned with the ability to answer questions of somebody live, but it would allow us not to have to deal with that. Does any council member have any concern about those 2 videos being sent to us?
I don't have a concern, but I just want to make sure that they'll be part of the public record. Will there be ability after the fact for the public to be able to click a link and be able to watch it themselves, or no?
No.
No.
No. Okay. Well, let me know if you have, I'm just going to keep going down the list. You let me know if you find it. The other thing is Ms. Ordman's has hers on her laptop. If she wanted to hold it up to the microphone, they could at least play it and we could hear.
I think there is some work we can do to probably add a break. So I think we kind of just delay those, do the next kind of few, and then once there's a break, we can kind of work on some adjustments.
Ms. Ordman, do you want to wait for that, or do you want to play yours into the mic?
I can wait.
Okay.
And then if it doesn't work, then I'll.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, the next one up is, I apologize if I don't pronounce your last name correctly, Carmelo Chirmadaro. How did I do? Yeah. Welcome, sir. What's the proper pronunciation of your last name?
It's not easy, but Charamidaro.
Oh, I was close.
Yeah?
I was close. Okay, all right. Well, welcome. Welcome, and the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, and hello to everybody. Anyway, I live on 1009 9th Avenue. 40 years ago, against the advice of many people in Banff, I used to work in Banff, we bought a house on 9th Avenue.
Microphone a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
Okay, on 9th Avenue. And boy, they were wrong with these people giving me this bad advice not to buy. In 9th Avenue, we had such great neighborhood with all kind of different people, family, children. There was house with maybe small houses with big lots. And so you could see that I like gardening. I have a lot of flowers and I could see the elk golfing across the street, There is a Bow River, there is a forest, there was my house. And on the back, we planted a lot of flowers, a lot of vegetables which we would share with the neighbor. And then you could see a hummingbird, you can see a lot of butterfly, a lot of bumblebee, a lot of bees. And if you come here, around here, you don't see these things. That's because you have the trees, you have the bushes, you have maybe next month there will be lilac. And I've seen people passing by and going to the lilac and smelling them. You want to have this big building there? Is it going to be shade? So we are going to lose this thing, And it's sad in a way. It's, for more than 20 years, until a few years ago, we had a bed and breakfast. And everything was according to the law. There were no cars on the street because we had a big lot and everything. And people would come just to sit down on the backyard, and there was a guy, he pointed toward, let's say, Malva sylvestris, or a red flower, this camera, he was making picture from butterfly, from hummingbird and everything. That's why people come here also, for nature. That's how it's Canada known for nature. And then you start building all these walls around it. You know, even this, especially there close to the Bow River, that's like highway for wildlife. You know, the other day, when was it, November, there were thousands of these waxwing birds. You know, they were my neighbor. You know, it's, are we gonna lose all these things? Maybe you guys should think about it. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. Any questions? Seeing none? Nope, that was fine. There's no questions. Thank you.
No question, no?
Okay, I just want to ask that, yep, no questions. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I have next down Chris Sparrow from Boda. Now, my understanding is that there's actually 4 of you that are presenting, or 3. Okay, 3 of you presenting. And so you're going to use your time together, correct? Okay, so I'm going to really hold you to that 15 minutes because you're going to be the last one presenting before we take a lunch break, all right? So welcome, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours. And so Chris is here, and if when the others pop up, because we don't have your name on the list, make sure you sign over there as well and introduce yourselves, all right? Even though we know who you are, just make sure the record knows who you are, okay?
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Councillor, Administration, and members of the public. My name is Chris Sparrow. I'm joined today by Brian Talbot and Kathy and David. Together, we're representing Boda's response to and here to provide some commentary on the proposed Downtown Connect ARP. So quickly, a brief overview of what we'd like to talk about. We'd like to talk about our objectives
So if you
here.
could just adjust the mic, we really need you to just speak right into it so that those at the back can hear. Thank
Sure,
you.
I should know this by now. Eat the mic, right? A brief overview of what we hope to accomplish here. We'd like to talk a little bit about our objectives in our presentation, discuss density allocation, building height and urban design, parking, feasibility, and affordability. So objectives. Before we dive into our concerns, we want to acknowledge that there are numerous strengths of the plan, and we would like to extend our appreciation for the collaborative process administration has deployed in the creation of the plan. Boda values the opportunity we've had to contribute input through the ARP's development through group meetings, letters, and engagement. We're encouraged by the town's willingness to refine policies for clarity and consistency between the ARP and the land use bylaw. We'd also like to commend the plan's direction on pathway connectivity, placemaking, and park integration, particularly the enhancements related to Riverside Park and connectivity to Friendship Trail. These initiatives will help establish a stronger, more engaging downtown experience and create a more experiential and natural conclusion downtown to the west. Density. And although we'll address height, parking, feasibility, and affordability individually, it's important to understand that all of these issues are deeply interconnected with respect to development and the role that private developers play in helping the plan come to fruition. From our perspective, one of the key missed opportunities in the plan is the lack of any meaningful increased density or intensity of use within the town center area itself. For a community facing a prolonged housing crisis, increased residential capacity directly in the downtown core where it can support local businesses, reduce reliance on cars, and promote walkability should be a central goal. In contrast, the plan places much of the proposed additional density in peripheral areas like the Gateway District and adjacent residential districts through provision of density bonusing. Speaking specifically to the Gateway area, you can see on the diagram here that I've overlapped the 10-meter, 20-meter, and 30-meter riparian area setbacks onto the parcel boundaries of these lots. Development in these areas is already heavily restricted. That's coupled with a land use district designation that is highly complicated in terms of articulation and the way that it responds to Railway Avenue itself. Having looked at some of these parcels previously, we've been challenged to achieve a density floor area ratio of higher than 0.5 where the provisions in the bylaw permit densities of 2.0. So it's not clear how necessarily additional density bonusing will help. Perhaps it will, but we would encourage a higher
Sorry,
base
I'm just
density.
going to have to ask you, just wait a second. I think there's fighter jets flying over.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 2 of them, so,
I can see people out there checking it out.
yeah.
It is jets up ahead. I've just had that confirmed, so apologies. I thought it might be the people doing the HVAC system, so I've told them to stay away from this end of the building, but it's the jets. I can't control that.
Okay.
Go Jets.
Apparently, we have to inform the Air Force of our public hearings. So I think we're good. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries. So as I was saying, development in these parcels is already highly restricted because the ability to have a low and expansive footprint on the parcels themselves is highly restricted. The only option is to go up. And given some of the placemaking requirements that are being proposed in the plan, like activative street frontages as well as the rear of the buildings, challenges with dealing with groundwater and parking, and a limited capacity to build critical mass above, we feel that these parcels specifically, some of them will be very difficult to see the redevelopment and achieve the objectives of the plan. We would encourage higher base density to help support redevelopment in those areas. Looking over at the residential focus areas, the plan proposes to make additional building height available through a density bonusing system, which is in flux and yet to be defined. But to address the potential impact, we just conducted a visual review of the plan area to try to identify areas where we thought redevelopment could be possible. We do know that Mount Peachy Place area, which is a significant portion of the western part of the plan, does have some restrictions through legal caveats and is not likely to be redeveloped. There's the town-owned surface parking lot along 7th Street as well, which is a candidate. And then also there's a potential consolidation of land south towards the bridge, which could be used to create a gateway opportunity and celebrate arrival into the downtown, which could also be considered for a higher base density. Moving into the commercial core and civic corridor, our biggest overall concern regarding density is the absence, again, as I mentioned, of increased density in the commercial core and the limited one-story increase proposed for the civic corridor. This part of the plan is tasked with delivering the highest concentration of placemaking, civic investment, and activation. It's really where the heart of the community is, and it's where the public will want to come to celebrate Canmore. But there's little assurance that the development yield will be sufficient to allow the development community to support these goals. We do recommend and would hope that there would be some explorations to understand if 4-, 5-, and 6-story development in this part of the town could be possible. And through the provision of that additional height, the energy and presence, different times of the day that population of people downtown could provide. Lastly, just talking about building height and urban experience, we recognize that mountain views are a priority. This isn't, after all, the first big idea that's included in the plan. But I don't read the preservation of mountain views to mean crystallizing the access to mountain views that have been prevailing for 25 years. Rather, I would encourage that we curate mountain views to enhance their importance in public areas and to create different sort of view sheds for users of downtown in mid-block areas. A good example of this would just be walking down 9th Street here, adjacent to the Civic Center. It's quite compact and narrow. You do have a terminating vista, which is a mountain view, but the compact nature of it causes you to kind of look more towards the ground plane, to look at the textures, to look at the plantings, to look at the treatments and natural materials used in the development. And then when you do reach the plaza, then the views open up and the awesome power of the mountains are celebrated in a really impactful way. It's also worth noting that continuous awnings are being proposed for weather protection and that those will impact views, so potentially additional building height could be curated to correspond and work with those impacts, those view impacts, to mitigate open area impacts to view sheds. And this last image here is just a kind of a view shed looking down 8th Main Street there. adding some additional mass. And you can see that the terminating vistas, the mountain views themselves, are still celebrated. You know, we would suggest that through curating and maybe stepping down massing at intersections and at public plazas, but by increasing mid-block density, other community issues such as housing could be better addressed in the plan, and the economies of scale that the development community need to accomplish redevelopment can be achieved. I'll pass it over to Brian.
I'll be quick, so I don't take up too much time. I'm Brian Talbot with BODA. First of all, BODA does support the vision. Let's keep that in mind. We do support it. Our concern is whether it's achievable. It's visionary, but it's got to be actionable. Some of our concerns are all based in economic realities and what's happening on the ground. We don't think that the ARP adequately addresses the financial feasibility required to unlock the downtown redevelopment. There are some extraneous circumstances downtown, such as high water tables, geotechnical fragmented block structures, so multiple owners in a specific area. That creates small lots. And if you want height or density, you need larger lots. I know density and height are a bad word, or bad words. However, we're looking at scale. So if we want to reduce the cost of these buildings, we need to scale them up, which means density. It also means height. Parking remains a significant constraint within the lower central part of Canmore. Our businesses and our residents require parking. If we want to activate retail, we need parking. That will take out the lower level because of the groundwater issue. So unless we're going to go with tank parkades, which are extremely expensive, we're going to run into parking problems. That's going to affect all businesses, and I would assume that's the majority of people's concerns here. So we will need to keep that in mind. The municipality needs to be a partner in this as well. There's a bunch of public realm elements within the ARP, which are great. However, they do cost money. So the municipality needs to be a partner. I'm going to cut it there so that Kathy Ann can continue.
Hello, I'm Kathy Ann David. I'm talking about density and affordability. And,
If you could just move the mic down a little bit, there we go. There, thank you.
Okay, is that better? Okay. All right, so we know land is scarce, and density is really the key to building more homes. And we're not just recognizing it as BODA, but it's been recognized as the Canadian Housing Plan as part of one of the strategies of the Canadian Housing Plan. The David Suzuki Foundation also says that density is a housing and climate solution for more inclusive communities. And with density, it would allow Canmore's population to grow without in existing urban areas, as opposed to expanding outward into the natural green areas and our recreational spaces. And it's an option or a strategy to optimize space and resource use, and it's often seen as a more sustainable approach than urban sprawl, which Canadian cities are quite used to on that. And then the biggest thing is density will maintain existing recreational areas and green spaces. And then I'm going to go through affordability. The increased density may contribute to affordability by reducing the overall cost of construction, infrastructure, and land use, allowing for more affordable housing options. And diversifying housing options can significantly increase both the housing stock and affordability within a specific area. It can lead to lower construction and infrastructure costs and reduce land costs as higher density is a more efficient use of the land. And going to the next slide, just to go. And if you have more homes on a given piece of land, you increase the overall supply and potentially it can stabilize or decrease housing prices. And then for providing transportation and public services such as utilities, there's the potential again for lower costs because of economy of scale. And also for ongoing maintenance, you're maintaining the services in a more dense area. And then it can also reduce per capita energy consumption. And then the higher densities could support municipal budgets in that you have more taxpayers on an area, given area of land. So, and then larger, denser projects improve the economic feasibility, ensuring that projects get built. There's no point having a redevelopment plan if costs are limiting the development of it. It just becomes a piece of paper. And then for economic opportunities, often urban areas with higher densities provide more economic opportunities, allowing our youth to actually stay in the community instead of leaving. And then when you have diversified home choices, you can have movement through the housing continuum so that people that want to age in place could, because they can sell their single family and go to one of these multifamily complexes. And it also gives more options for lifestyles and housing choices. And then just, it's important to incentivize densification because your policy and zoning reforms can contribute to an increased supply and affordability for housing stock. That's it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a question. Whenever a community looks at these things, there's always gives and takes and multiple factors that work against each other. So one photo that you saw, and that was the downtown, we saw the Rustican in the front, and you saw an extra layer going on top. I wonder if you could pull that up again.
That one?
Yeah. Okay, so now that overlay on top, is that what's currently would be allowed by the proposed ARP?
On the right-hand side of it, it's what allowed, and on the left-hand side of it, it's what allowed, and on the right-hand side, it would be an additional story.
Okay, so if there is increased density, I mean, like I just look at that photo, and obviously the shadows are with what's currently built there. And so you start to go up, and all of a sudden I'm going, wow, it would have to be stepped back. Like the density you proposed may not be the best for the feel of the downtown, because like, wouldn't you then lose potentially a lot of sunshine on the main street?
Yeah, certainly due to seasonality, that's a possibility, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it's just, and this is just all goes into the give and take, because I mean, lots of people make excellent points, and you make some excellent points around density. There will be others that will say excellent points against density, and we have to balance those and also try to figure out what's feasible and what the feel, try to project what the feel of the downtown is going to be based on whatever is actually accepted. So I appreciate that. Councillor Graham, you had a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. We heard one speaker earlier talk to density doesn't necessarily equal affordability. We've seen a lot of R1 lots, South Canmore, turned to R4 lots. Old homes that were on them are now $1.6, $1.8 million fourplexes. I wonder if you can speak to how BOTA sees density as a solution to affordability.
Well, density is just a contributing part of ensuring feasibility and viability for development. You know, economy of scale and critical mass can help bring down costs and improve affordability. But development in in the valley bottom in the town center area is tremendously expensive. And so those costs have to be recovered, right? The more units that can be introduced into a building that can economize common areas associated with it and meet the objectives of the plan, which is to create a vibrant, engaging social hub and a heart of the community, can at least move the needle in terms of market housing as well as some introduction or inclusion of affordable housing.
So, Councillor Graham, there's one other element in terms of scalability, and that would be if you have, and I'll use an example, if you build a 30-unit condominium complex, let's say the washrooms cost $10,000, you go up to 100 units, just picking a number, they're going to fall dramatically, and that's proven out. Christopher Matu can support that in terms of when affordable housing is built, if you go to a higher density, your cost of the individual components, because of scale, come down. If your concern is then that the developer or the builder or the provider is raising it up to market, most individuals will want to sell their properties with a proper return versus trying to just grab the most possible, particularly if it's affordable housing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a lunch break here. We're going to take an hour. We're going to return at 1:15. We will continue with the public hearing at that time. what is left on our agenda for today, determining what is a priority to be dealt with today, and then putting other things to a future meeting, okay? So what that looks like will depend very much on how long our public hearing goes. Okay, so I understand that we've been able to get some videos working, or at least be able to hear them. So before anything in our system changes, we're going to play those.
Why did you say that?
Yeah. There's gremlins in our system, so. Okay, so we're first going to Beth Ordman.
Yes, correct.
Okay. The volume may not be the greatest, but we're going to do our best.
My name is Beth Ordman, and I'm speaking in opposition. I live within the boundaries of the new proposed ARP for Town Centre. I've owned since 2014. Our home is starred on this map. We're part of a large R1 single-family zone neighborhood that spans all of the way to Lions Park. The boundaries for the draft ARP are shown here in red, and they now include approximately 100 single-family R1 homes that previously were not included in the defined town center. To better show that area I'm speaking about, I've blacked out all the zoning that's not currently R1 in the ARP boundary. In the northwest corner, you see the homes of my neighborhood, modest R1 homes, height limited by restricted covenants on the land title since 1968. The ARP calls for all residential homes in the town center ARP boundary to move to a R4 standard, regardless of their current zoning. However, a new R4 standard that's more dense, has less setbacks and less parking than the current R4 standard. These changes will have a devastating and lasting effect on our modest neighborhood coming from R1. Comparing our current state to the proposal, the changes are far from incremental. They're alarming. Increasing density from 4 to 7 times. With bonusing, it reaches high density standards. Huge changes to maximum building heights compared to our existing buildings, and no more single family homes can be built. Almost all of our homes are included as strategic areas permitting density bonusing. The town says that density bonusing is not new. For us, it is new because of our current zoning and history. Also, the current land use bylaw makes it clear bonusing was approved and implemented for use in comprehensive developments, primarily in new areas of town. Likely because people understood then what's happening now, which is how big an impact it can have on an existing neighborhood and residents. It's important to note that a new building that's getting bonused with the extra floors and units doesn't necessarily contain the affordable housing unit. So bonusing won't necessarily increase the supply of affordable housing within the town center. It could be located elsewhere. And there are proposed density bonusing changes buried in the ARP that expand density bonusing to be provided for energy efficient buildings, which means not for affordable homes, and for cash in lieu from the developer. What does all of this mean for us as affected residents? It means the town of Canmore is not meeting the standards set by their own municipal development plan that states that redevelopment will consider density, scale, and character of the existing neighborhood, including height, massing, and dense design. Consider these 3 houses on our street and the people who live here now. And imagine the experience of the adjacent residents when the first building of proposed maximum size and density is built next door. This is even more concerning because communication from the town about the impact of the ARP is misleading. During the April 1st presentation to council, it was said that the ARP would allow the neighborhood to incrementally, naturally, and organically evolve over the next several decades, be more responsive to local needs rather than support large-scale change. This is entirely inaccurate and misleading summary of the changes that would be keenly felt by those living in my neighborhood. This is not incremental. It's sudden and unfair. Incremental is the goal of gentle densification, which I support. It should consider that existing neighborhood and provide guidelines that allow both the needs of current residents and the town to be met. It is possible to do it right. Densification requires consultation with residents who are being affected. By design, this draft ARP excluded any direct, purposeful consultation with affected residents in the ARP boundary. We were included only as a tiny proportion of all residents, lumped in together to dilute and mask our concerns. The town is unfairly forcing high density into one small, long-standing neighborhood, essentially silencing the affected residents by diluting our voice, derelict in their responsibility to provide transparency instead of just marketing the plan, and not responsibly planning the densification within the context of all of Canmore's residential areas. To council and the mayor, I say, we deserve better. The rest of Canmore deserves better. Say no to the changes to residential zoning that are being brought forward in this draft ARP. Go back to the drawing board and get a densification plan that spreads densification throughout the town of Canmore, and balance the needs of the future town with those of your current residents. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we move to the next one, I would say that was a very well done video. The only thing I would comment is that the town of Canmore has not done anything yet until we actually decide. So let's remember that. Does anybody have any questions? We have Hannah here to answer questions. Nope. Okay, so let's go to the, thank you very much for that. Let's go to, is this Louise De La Fuente and Mace Rosenstein? Okay, and Jeremy Elborn, is he here? Okay, so in case there's questions, great, thank you.
Ms. Rosenstein. Good morning, Mayor Crouser and councilors.
We are Louise De La Fuente,
And Mace Rosenstein.
and we are pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you today, although we are disappointed we can't be with you in person. We want to talk for a few minutes about the importance of the arts in general and of Arts Place Canmore in particular, to the fabric of life in our town and to your new vision for a welcoming and stimulating town center.
The arts at Arts Place have no boundaries, geographical or chronological or racial or ethnic or religious. And as anyone who has spent any time at Arts Place knows, art breaks down barriers between and among us, sometimes in ways that more direct forms of engagement do not. In our experience, for example, we've taken a writing class where we have exchanged drafts and ideas with a high school student 50 years younger than we are. We've been pleasantly surprised to run into a neighbor who we didn't know was a music lover at a Met Opera broadcast. We have seen a painting exhibited by a young woman we knew only as a clerk at a shop on Main Street, who we now admire as an accomplished artist. We have participated in learning circles informed by a Yari Nakota knowledge that expanded our minds and our horizons.
These experiences are not unique to us. Each year, many thousands of people who call Canmore home or who are here as visitors partake of the myriad opportunities Arts Place offers to challenge ourselves and engage with others in creative dialogue.
And the arts are not zero-sum, and neither is their place in Canmore. The many and varied opportunities for artistic expression and enjoyment available to us through Arts Place are among the many amenities we all enjoy about downtown Canmore. It's not a coincidence that you can stand in front of Arts Place and look up to see the mountains that we all love so much. So we think it's important, if not imperative, that the arts continue to have a prominent place through Arts Place in our reimagined town center.
Arts Place is at once a gathering place and exhibition space, concert hall and classroom and movie theater. All of the activities that happen there are available to all, longtime residents, new Canadians, and visitors alike. Given the universality of artistic expression, the presence of a vibrant arts facility in the town center by definition signifies an atmosphere of inclusivity and accessibility, precisely the qualities you are endeavoring to reflect in the ARP.
Including the arts and space for the arts in the ARP is entirely consistent with your vision of a welcoming, stimulating downtown core. Just as the ARP envisions a pedestrian-friendly streetscape with vibrant retail and dining opportunities, so too should the many engaging activities available at Arts Place be seen as a key element of our town's appeal. Indeed, we think that the opportunity to create and to study and to enjoy beautiful things and to find commonality with people who are different from us will take their place in the lives and memories of all those who have a chance to experience them.
The arts can open our minds and hearts, and Arts Place brings us together.
So thank you again
for
this opportunity to speak to you today.
Okay, any questions arising from that video? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now I understand there's one more video and a person here to represent them. Who is this?
This is Mish.
Oh, Mish, okay. Mish Lamb. And who's here to answer questions if we have any? Okay, very good. Oh, yep.
Mish Lamb, and I'm the board chair for Canmore Pride Society. I wanted to be here today to express the importance of the arts for the 2S LGBTQ+ community. Being someone who is queer and is trans, I have struggled with needing to hide certain parts of myself depending on where I am or who is around me. And I think a lot of people in our community share that. But what's always been different is that central hub in our community for arts, which is Arts Place, it's always been a place where I've always felt like I could show up as my whole self, and that's pretty unique. Arts Place is this third space for the queer and trans community. For those who are not familiar with that concept, our first space is our home, our second space is our workplace, and a third space is that place where people can socialize and connect with others while feeling that familiar sense of homey comfort. Another person described this quite well, and it's a quote that I wanted to read. Third spaces are not just venues, they are sanctuaries where we can exist without the mask we wear in other areas of our lives. They are where culture, history, and identities are celebrated and preserved. And yeah, for the queer and trans community in Canmore, Arts Place is that third space for us. It's where we can gather, it's where we can meet others in community, and it's where we have that sense of safety and belonging. And what's unique about this place as well is that everyone in Canmore has had a touch point with Arts Place at some point in time. And that's kind of the beauty of the arts, because it allows us to feel that sense of community regardless of our identities. It puts people from different backgrounds into a room together to connect, whether that's a pottery class or a film screening or a panel discussion. And with Canmore Pride, as an example, we've been hosting panel discussions at Arts Place, which highlight the diverse perspectives of the local Pride community. I'm really excited about an upcoming one we have on Sunday, May 18th, which is a Two-Spirit Pride panel. And that's been organized in collaboration with Argentina, who runs Minithini Two-Spirit Pride. And at this panel, we'll have the voices of 6 different Two-Spirit folks in the community. And this is really important because it blends collaboration with our Indigenous community, it provides a space for storytelling, and it also helps us get different opportunities to learn about what inclusivity really means, and through an Indigenous lens. Without Arts Place, there aren't really other accessible spaces that are centered around arts where we can explore connection through creativity. As Canmore continues to grow substantially over the next few years, we know that the town's population is also going to increase quite substantially. And if we don't keep up with this expansion, it can lead to a lot of isolation and fragmentation for our community, especially for those who are already facing additional barriers, including the queer and trans community. We need to have the arts grow alongside with the town, and we need these spaces of celebration. For the queer and trans community, we need these spaces for gathering and for collaboration and community. What we need is Arts Place to continue to be our third space and to grow with it.
All right, any questions there? Okay. Thank you for that perspective. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what, we're going to go back to the list then. I'm going to let you know who the next three are, just so you know yours coming up, so we can make sure we're moving as efficiently as possible. The next person will be Kevin Milliken, then Sandy McKeag, and then Richard Brown. Mr. Milliken, you are next up. Welcome. And the mic.
Mayor, Council, my name's Kevin Milliken, and I've been operating businesses on the main street here since 1997. Parking has always been on topic, as has a parkade. I am completely opposed to any parking reductions in the downtown, as intercept parking arrangements are designed to offset the loss of downtown parking, or as they intended, as they're a deterrent and an impairment to visitors downtown and locals for services, for pleasure, and employees. The loss of any downtown parking and combination intercept parking will negatively affect all of our businesses. I have also been in business in Lake Louise for quite a number of years. And when Parks Canada instituted the intercept parking for visits to the village and the lake, my business declined 15%. And it has not recovered to its baseline over X numbers of years. The loss of the downtown parking would cost all of our businesses. Intercept parking says, fit, mobile, active people only. Welcome to Canmore. What we need downtown is what has been on topic since 1997, and that's a downtown parkade. Thank you for your time.
Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and sharing your perspective. Okay, next up, Sandy McKeag. Welcome. And if you could just adjust the microphone down, there you go. And the microphone, yes, there you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sandy McKeag. I've lived downtown since moving to Canmore 11 years ago. I walk these streets daily, shop at local businesses, attend local theater productions, live music events, and I spend time volunteering in our community. Safe to say I'm attuned to life in downtown Canmore. I'm here to speak in support of the ARP and thank the town for recognizing arts, culture, and heritage as vital components of a vibrant, thriving downtown. Living downtown, I know firsthand how important these things are. To me, a vibrant downtown is about more than infrastructure. It's about the feeling of belonging. It's about bumping into neighbors at a concert, hearing music spill out into the street, or watching families gather at festivals and community events. When the downtown is alive with music, stories, and creative energy, it feels like a place people want to connect with and come back to. It's one of the reasons I love living here, and I believe the arts are a big part of that. Daily, I witness how arts and cultural programming bring energy and life to our downtown, especially in the evenings and on the weekends. I see how these events fill our streets, support our local shops and restaurants, and help make the downtown feel welcoming and alive after hours. I feel safer walking home when there's people on the street, which isn't the case when there are no events going on and the shops are closed. For me personally, the impact of the arts has been profound. Participating in courses and workshops at Art Place empowered me to discover a new identity as a storyteller, sharing stories on stage, demonstrating that growth and creativity are lifelong journeys and can happen at any age, even for an 80-year-old lady. That kind of personal growth and connection is only possible when we make space for the arts in our everyday lives. I've seen my grandchildren grow through arts experiences at Arts Place as well, from preschool through adolescence. They've learned new skills, celebrated different cultures, and found joy in expressing themselves. I've watched their parents do the same, attending concerts, movies, comedy nights, and special events that bring our community together. I truly believe that arts, culture, and heritage are just nice to have. They're part of what makes a community livable, memorable, and meaningful. They make our community much more appealing to skilled professionals, entrepreneurs, and families. They animate our public spaces, attract visitors, support local businesses, and create jobs. They foster innovation, cross-cultural understanding, and create safer, more welcoming public spaces. That is why I'm so pleased to see them included in this plan. I'm proud to live downtown, and I strongly support the policy in respect of arts, culture, and heritage. I endorse and urge you to pursue the potential for expanding arts and cultural facilities downtown, which is point 7 of section 5.11. Points 4, 5, and 6 of section 5.11 should align with such an expansion. And I would suggest including Arts Place, a successful community hub, as a key partner in creating a downtown that honors its creative spirit and cultural roots and creates space for those things to grow. I urge you to keep that vision strong as the plan moves forward, because supporting art is an investment in our future. Thank you again for your time and for your commitment to building a downtown we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope, seeing none. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Okay, so next we'll have Richard Brown, and just a heads up, after that is Tracy Henderson, Rachel Ludwig, and Leah Lones. Mr. Brown.
Mayor, council members,
welcome.
staff members.
Welcome, and you can adjust the microphone, and it is all yours.
I've got good morning written down, but that was a long time ago. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Brown. I'm a professional photographer. I've done weddings and portraits. Some of these faces are familiar. I know your children when they were much younger. So here we go again. I must confess to not signing your questionnaires, or the planning department's questionnaires, because when I read them, it seemed like the planning department had already preordained an outcome. A lot of the questions seemed to be coming out of with a slant. And when I started becoming aware of the changes that were put forth by the planning department, as they have done since 2018, I was shocked. Let's talk biking. I came here on my bike, and at 78, I intend to use the bike as much as possible and have my car sit there, but it's only for 6 months or less of the year. Let's be honest, it snows here, it gets cold here, and I'm not going to risk my butt whistling around the freezing cold, icy roads, which is what we have here half the year or more. And I don't think other people will either, other than a few hardy souls, and I applaud them. When I do ride around town, there are plenty of paths to use without going on the treacherous roads here. So I question the validity of roads that tourists drive down and they don't realize they're bicycle paths. So let's talk about those roads. I don't know whether the residents of Canmore are aware of all the juicy little bits of all these proposals that you have in store for us. I'd written down here that, are they aware that you were thinking of removing free resident parking? Kudos to you, you realized it would not go over well. But are they aware that the permit parking that you can have for 2 vehicles per residence will be cut back to 1 vehicle per residence? What about a couple that drives to 2 different towns for work and have children in 2 different schools in town, but only have 1 car that is legal to park for a maximum of 3 hours in your reconfigured downtown core. The one-child policy in China didn't work well, and I suggest that 1 car in Canmore might not be well received. You speak of underutilization, but let's be honest, it's seasonal. You wish to create a brand new world out there, and it's not going to apply in the winter. The whole idea of closing Main Street 12 months of the year has really got to be reconsidered or possibly even put to a plebiscite. Many people don't like the idea, despite what the planning department has come up with. I've spoken with business owners downtown, as of other people here, and you seem to want to push an idea that everybody thinks is peace and love, and it's not. They're not going to be playing their guitars in the middle of winter on the street corners. It will truly damage some businesses. I also put in here, parking will be reduced along 7th and 10th Street and Fairholme as well. This project speaks of improved motorist convenience, quote unquote, while congratulating yourselves on reducing the number of vehicles. And this duplicity is a tad confusing. I'm trying to envision a tourist, Harold and Maude, couple dropping in from Saskatchewan in February, fighting for a parking spot at elevation, walking 4 blocks at -40 to sit at a comfortable restaurant terrace downtown on the closed Main Street, 2 feet of snow under their butts, and spending $100 for a couple of burgers, 2 beers, and a lovely New York cheesecake. Slight exaggeration, but it's not going to happen. Yes, we can reduce the parking problem, but not the way the town has apparently decided under the direction of the planning department. Push parking toward the Elevation Place area? Are you kidding? There's no room down there. When will you build a parking garage downtown like we should have done 20 years ago, where this building is? And then I'm told you're going to rehabilitate Railway Avenue. Whoa. This sounds like a great idea, maybe get rid of some of the potholes and wavy pavement, but no, that's not what you're planning. You're going to take Railway Avenue between the railway tracks and our crazy little switch to downtown Main Street, change it into 2 lanes. Have you ever been there when 2 northbound lanes, bumper to bumper, waiting for a train to slowly go through town? You're going to put it into 1 lane exiting the downtown area?
I'm sorry, Councillor Faubert?
The library board apparently has written you a letter saying they don't think it's a good idea.
Mr. Brown?
Sir.
Just about, is this about Railway Avenue or the downtown plan?
Sorry, what?
Are you speaking to Railway Avenue changes or the downtown plan?
It's all connected to the downtown core and closing the Main Street. Railway Avenue is the core into the downtown area, whether you go over to 10th or down Main.
Yeah, so I think Councillor Faubert is correct. Technically, it's outside of this plan. I see your connection. You're almost done with your time, so please go ahead and finish.
Okay. The library board didn't think it was a good idea. I want you to take a look at Campbell Motors. Apparently, it's been sold to Base Camp, and can you imagine how big a residence of tourist homes, rooms, that is going to represent? How many dozens and dozens of cars are going to try and turn in one way or the other? It's going to be a bit of a gong show. Could be 10 times worse. The question I have is, if you know what will reduce fire, police, EMT response, is your reaction like business closing, oh, well, we'll lose a few. I don't want to be one of the people you lose. These are just a few of many suggestions by the planning department, which I feel, as do many others, will reduce tourism and increase residents' frustration. So stop, ask real questions, and listen. There is an election ahead.
If you could wrap up. Yep.
Good.
Yeah,
And we need more bike stalls out there.
Okay. Any questions?
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Okay, Tracy Henderson. Welcome. And the microphone's all yours.
Thank you. Ooh, is that too loud? Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about this plan. And, you know, first off, I want to say there are a lot of really good things in this plan. I'm not going to have time to dwell on them. That's just the nature of the hearing. But I love the pedestrianization of downtown. I love getting people incentives to get people walking in on their bicycles, enhanced open spaces, low impact community. All those are great. I'm going to bring up just 2 points that I think where this plan can be improved. The first one is riparian zones, and I start with a compliment. I'm so happy to see the setbacks from riparian zones. or for buildings on creeks and waterways, increased to 30 meters. The subtlety there, though, I think, that 30-meter setback should include porches and patios. I think you could argue that human activity on porches and patios can potentially be more impactful than the building itself. And yet those porches and patios are not within that 30-meter setback. It's simply the building. So I'd like to see that included in the riparian setbacks. I also have a little bit of concern about there is an opportunity for that setback to be decreased to 20 meters when it's deemed to be an unreasonable constraint. I know there historically have been several instances in town where property owners come up with development plans on their property with an existing setback, but they come up with plans that all of a sudden make that setback unreasonable. And I just don't think that's the way it should happen. I think if you own that property, you know you need to design within the limitations on that property. Now, the other point that I wanted to make has to do with building heights and building heights on Main Street, which I know is currently zoned for 3 stories. We now have 2 or 3 instances where we see the 3 stories and we see the impact of that. And I'm really concerned. I mean, who doesn't walk down Main Street and just marvel at the incredible surroundings and mountain peaks? It's part of our identity. There's now a couple of buildings. If you go stand on the other side of the street from where those 3-story buildings are, and you try and look up to the south or to the north, you can't see a single mountain in where that footprint of that building is. Now picture 10, 15, 20 years from now when many of the buildings, or potentially all the buildings on Main Street, are 3 stories. You're going to be walking down Main Street without a view to any mountain to the north or south, except when you pass over the intersecting avenues. And I don't think that's what any of us want. And and it's not just the loss of the views of the mountains as you walk down Main Street, it's the loss of the sunlight. I have a submission that I sent to the town today that you'll get, but it has pictures showing, particularly in times of year when the sun is not as high in our sky, those 3-story buildings block the sunlight for the entirety of Main Street and almost onto where the sidewalks are. And so it's a combination of this loss of views of our beautiful mountain town and sunlight. This flies in the face of a couple of the big ideas that we have in this plan. Big idea number 1 is embrace nature and mountain views. Distribute and design buildings in ways that embrace these mountain views as defining elements. And I think if we keep our 3-story limit on Main Street, we're losing those views. We're not embracing them. Big idea number 4 is make downtown year-round. Provide spaces that support street activation and welcome people day and night, rain or shine. Well, there isn't going to be a lot of shining on Main Street if we have 3-story buildings particularly on the south side. So, I don't think anybody wants that for the showcase street of our town, if you want. And I encourage you all to look at the pictures I submitted or take a walk down Main Street and see, just imagine what it's like if all the buildings are like that. And I consider, clawing back at least for part or all of Main Street, the building heights to 2 stories. I have other solutions in there to offset some of that impact in my submission, but that's all I have to say for now.
Any questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Rachel Ludwig. Welcome. The microphone is yours.
Good day, Mayor. Good day, councillors. Thanks for having me today. My name is Rachel Ludwig. I'm the CEO of Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, and my pronouns are she, her. At TCK, as you know, we are dedicated to becoming leaders in sustainable tourism as measured by a triple bottom line approach where profit, people, and planet receive equal consideration in all we do. We therefore understand that we must balance immediate needs with long-term vision. We support the proposed downtown redevelopment plan. However, the devil is in the details. Our support comes with the recognition that thoughtful implementation will be crucial to its success. The plan must provide a framework that builds on our recent strength while creating access to future opportunities. Database decision-making must guide the timing of implementation. TCK is happy to provide valuable data sets and work closely with administration to ensure decisions are made with the most comprehensive information available. For example, our visitor spend data offers insights into economic patterns that can help improve planning for both residents and visitors. Our data shows currently that September and October have experienced the highest growth in recent years, which presents both challenges and opportunities for our downtown businesses. Additionally, we recognize that our retail sector was the last to recover just last year, and that's not even factoring in the impact of inflation. These realities must inform how we approach revitalization efforts. Regarding the civic corridor, we would like to suggest, just like Frank Kernick, to include a conference center as a permitted use. This addition would create a significant opportunity to grow our shoulder season visitation, directly supporting our local businesses during traditionally slower periods. Building height considerations are essential to protect what makes our home special. As we encourage development, we must ensure our mountain views remain unobstructed. They are not just scenery, they are the heart of our community's identity and a resource that benefits everyone. However, we do understand that there's issues with affordability of development, so that's where the balancing act comes in, and I'm very happy that this council will make those thoughtful decisions that are needed. I'll avoid talking about parking. I think we've heard a lot about it today. But in closing, I would say that TCK is committed to supporting this redevelopment plan while ensuring it serves the public interest. We believe in a future where Canmore's downtown continues to be the vibrant core of our mountain community, where growth is balanced with commitment to our values, where programs improve the equality of life for everyone, and where we recognize the importance of regenerative practices. Thank you for your service to our community. We look forward to continuing to work together to provide experiences that make Canmore a special place to live and visit.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCallum, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thanks for your presentation. Whoa, I'm loud.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a question with regards to your suggestion of a conference center.
Mm-hmm.
What is the current blended, I was going to say empty rate. That's not, I just had the word vacancy rate for our hotels?
So in the shoulder and winter season, we're looking at...
No, blended for the year.
Blended for the year, it's probably around 70%, not including the new accommodations that are being built currently.
Okay, because I remember reading that report over 10 years ago, and there was a recommended vacancy rate to trigger consideration of a conference center, and 70% isn't it.
Right.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for coming and sharing your perspective. Okay, so we have Leah Lones. The next three after Leah are Carol Poland, Maria Reynolds, and Tracy Reynolds. Welcome, and the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Hello, welcome. Thank you for having me today. My name is Leah Lones. I'm an architect. I'm a principal architect at Montaigne Architecture, and our office is actually just over there. I do have a little presentation today that I would like to bring up. And I thought I would add value today by just showing you some examples of other municipalities and other places around the world that have done similar things that are also listed in the downtown ARP. Let me know if I need to get my laptop. Okay. Okay, perfect. So as you may be aware, Banff has recently done a rezoning to large parts of their core areas, and now we are actually allowing 1.6 as the FAR value in the areas you see in red in zoning, as well as 14.5 meters of building height, which translates to something between 4.5 to 5 buildings in building height. So if we go just down a couple of slides, here you see some examples of what those structures look like. And just to highlight, the Canmore ARP is proposing about a story less than that. Now I'm saying that we're supporting both strategy. I think both of them are very in line with the different contexts that exist in Banff and in Canmore. So here's just one example, and there's another two that I'll just bring up really quick. This is what a 5-story building looks like. And then here we have a 4.5-story building in a residential context. So Canmore, again, would be quite different, but I hope it helps you to see those images in some of the decision-making process. So on the next slide, here we see some aerial views of Canmore and Banff before any of those structures get built, as well as a town called Antwerp, which is in the Netherlands. And then on the next slide, we have figure ground maps of those. And figure ground maps are a really easy and simple way to understand density, because all they show is building on the ground. And what we can see in Antwerp, you can clearly outline what streets are, what public plazas are, and you can see in comparison how loose Canmore and Banff is. So in the proposed densification through the ARP, we are really moving from a scale from 1 to 10, we're moving from 2 to 3. So it is, in fact, very gentle, and I think it is very easy to support the densification that's brought forward in the ARP. On the next slide, I would really like to highlight just how great it is that we even consider those lots in the downtown core for affordable housing. In our office, we see it just too much, where individuals and pieces of society are pushed to the outskirts of communities because of their financial abilities. So I think it sends a very strong signal to have affordable housing and below market housing projects in the heart of downtown. It also has a real impact on these individuals. Yes, you might still need a car because it's Alberta, but you might not need 2 cars, or your teenage children might not need a car, or maybe the elderly parent that you're living with does not need a car. So this is just one example on how having access to these downtown services can have a real impact on the affordability of your daily life. And I think that is a very strong point that the ARP made, that we do want to consider there as well. In order to have those spaces available, we're looking at an intercept parking lot somewhere in the area between the courthouse and Elevation Place. And again, if we look at the next slide, this is a really strong recipe existing all over the world. These are some cities that I'm familiar with because of where I'm an immigrant from. But it highlights intercept parking lots in combination with pedestrian zones, and how those two things are really one and the same, because to make one successful, we need the other. Like with an intercept parking lot, we can have a pedestrian zone downtown. And you see, I deliberately picked some examples of various scales of towns where these things already work really well. And then on the next slide, I really wanted to highlight just how important it is. We do have a lot of projects in our office that are tourist focused, and there are a lot of concerns, and places do get loved to death. We see that all the time. We saw it at Maline Lake, Lake Minnewanka, Lake Louise, where at some point so much tourism is there that these places lose their attractiveness. And there's a saying that goes, if you lose the locals, you lose the authenticity of a place. And we're already seeing some of that in some of our higher summer months. And with the growth of tourism being mostly in the shoulder seasons, we can expect to see more. So a downtown pedestrian zone would really make an impactful difference in that regard. And lastly, I also wanted to highlight the opportunity of having a gathering space in the center as something that brings a community together and creates like a nice historic and organic way to grow activities downtown. Thank you. not even have any notes.
Well done. Well done. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing your perspective and all of those images. All right, next up is Carol Poland. Okay, so Carol's not here. How about Maria Reynolds? Welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
And the microphone is yours. If you could just move it down a little bit, that'd be great. And
My name is Maria Reynolds, and I'm a really recent member of the community. We moved here to Canmore 3 years ago. We moved from Maple Ridge, Greater Vancouver area, but we had been visiting Canmore for many years because our son lives here and our daughter works for Y2Y, which is Yukon Yellowstone Conservation Initiative. It was not easy for us to leave Maple Ridge, all our friends, but I have easily fallen in love with Canmore and its beautiful surroundings and its small town atmosphere. When my husband and I started in Maple Ridge in 1973, the town was quite similar to Canmore, about 17,000 inhabitants, close to Vancouver, in a most beautiful surrounding of rivers, lakes, wetlands, and mountains. Most of the undeveloped area of Maple Ridge lies in the Pacific Flyway, the Pitt Polder, an important resting and nesting bird area for the annual flights. Now there are nearly 100,000 people living in Maple Ridge in a hodgepodge of development. The wetlands are turned into golf courses and the farmland into subdivision. Canmore is on the verge of a very similar big change. It has to decide if it wants to stay a small livable town for its citizens or a major tourist destination. Do we want to keep it livable, or do we make decisions that favor ever more visitors? We have unique small stores with local art, small cafes, outside rest areas to sit and chat. We have the incredible outdoors with hiking, biking, skiing, the pool, the climbing wall at Elevation Place. Canmore is a town of physical activities, but it also has a very unique cultural center, the library and arts place. What treasures! There's something for everybody, from small children to the old. Arts Place offers an incredible choice of activities, crafts like pottery, paper making, printmaking, films on so many different topics, music, drama, art exhibitions, and even the Metropolitan Opera live on the big screen, my favorite. Arts Place is the heart of Canmore. I very much hope you will consider room for its expansion. Now, with these discussions and presentations today and Council's decision, Canmore has to foremost decide what it wants to become. A wonderful, livable, community-minded, vibrant small town or a major tourist destination. I vote for the small, wonderful, livable town. We have enough tourist accommodations, but not enough affordable homes and apartments for young people who want to bring up their families here. That should be our priority. The presented town plan is very well planned, very detailed and pleasing. However, it does not give any indication of how much more growth will be expected, planned for, and accepted. How much more growth in the town core itself and in the surrounding areas. This is a major concern for our town. The second priority should be to recognize the importance of the integrity of the environment, especially the animals who live so close to us. My greatest joy is to see a herd of elk or deer resting on the flats of the Bow River, crossing our streets, my property, and the small patches of town reserve lands. Previous councils have had the foresight to put covenants on many subdivisions that do not allow fences between properties to give access to the animals to roam down to the river. We have many eminent champions for the environment in this town, like Harvey Locke from Y2Y, Carsten Hoyer, Gareth Thompson of the Biosphere Institute. How will the town handle the close encounters and proximity of wildlife downtown and in other developed areas? We are at a crossroad. This council has stood up strongly against overdevelopment and in support of the balance between wildlife, environment, and community in its fight against Three Sisters. Previous councils have tried to protect the balance between wildlife and housing with no fencing covenants, small public parks, playgrounds, and wild spaces. I very much applaud those decisions and thank council for their foresight and protection. We want to share our town, our beautiful environment with visitors, but we have to make the decision which protects our environment and wildlife and the livability of our town people. That is our priority, my priority.
Great, thank you very much.
One more sentence.
All right. one more sentence.
Infinite growth is not possible on a finite planet, and infinite growth is not possible in a small, narrow valley.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, so thank you. Tracy Reynolds is up next, and then Morag Volek, and Carolyn Howard Thornton, and then Darcy and Christian Wells. Mr. Reynolds, welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to do the presentation. It's been very informative. I have them all written up. This is difficult for me. Basically, I just want to say a few thoughts on Arts Place. It's an enormously special gift. I come from a community where we didn't have the focus, even though it was a much larger community with access to Vancouver and all the things it offers. What I've found most about Arts Place as a new arrival here is its acceptance and its people. It's quite remarkable that an institution can have such joyful people. And I think it has to do with size, but it also has to do with people that truly care about art as an integral part of community. And I have found this to be the case with Arts Place, not only in a broad sense of community, but in a personal sense. I have taken courses, I've attended programs with Selah, and it's very special. Now, in addition to the joy that Arts Place brings to our community, it's the fact that there's an energy that comes out of this joy, which is a joy in not simply art as an image, but art as an integrating factor. And as a result of it, I feel like a citizen of a new community. So when I see the possibility of expanding Arts Place as proposed in the ARP with the plaza and space for people to have my experience, I wholly support it, and I hope you do as well. So Arts Place is a community center, And it's not simply entertainment, which is important, but it is in fact a feeling. I have that feeling, and it comes from the people working there and the support they have. This means participation, and I think the people there are special in the way that they encourage participation by all members of our community. I see it when I'm there all the time, from children to people my age, and the relationships that are formed. So, making citizens through a center is something unique. And let's maintain it. Let's expand it if we can. And let's keep this heartbeat for people who have lived here for years, but also for newcomers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Don't see any questions. Okay, so we'll now move to Morag Volek. Is Morag here? Okay, we'll move on then to Carol and Howard Thornton. Darcy or Christian Wells? And after the Thorntons will be Darcy and Christian Wells. Okay. Welcome. Please adjust the microphone as you'd like there, and the microphone's all yours.
Mayor Crowsert, councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak. We are profoundly concerned about the long-term impacts of this plan on the character of our downtown neighborhoods, the environment, and the quality of life for current residents. We've been full-time residents of Canmore since 2014, while Howard worked as priest in the Anglican churches in Canmore and Banff. We own an 1,100 square foot, 3-bedroom bungalow built in about 1976, a starter home, if you will. Our little house is not underutilized. We have hosted 19 placements of international students attending the high school, 3 adult family members working downtown, and a few of their friends when they had been made homeless for weeks or months. Our little house has been home to 27 people since we moved in. We are deeply opposed to the downtown area redevelopment plan. From the very beginning, we felt managed and manipulated by a process that seems designed to get a particular result rather than to solicit meaningful engagement, at least from us. The very first chapter of the plan says it aims to respect the area's important connection to the mountains and nature. Changing the zoning of the residential area will seriously impair this connection for us residents. Replacing single-family homes with high-density buildings of 3 and 4 stories will irreversibly harm the livability of our neighborhood with increased congestion and parking problems. Already, it's not unusual for us not to be able to park on our own street in the summer. The affected area is divided into 5 character areas. The largest by far is the residential area. In-person sessions were held with members of BODA and the business improvement area. Why was there not an in-person session with residents? Why have residents not been a significant part of the planning process? We bought our home in a neighborhood zoned R1, expecting that we would be able to enjoy it until age or infirmity requires us to leave. I feel like we are being sacrificed. One of your survey sentences said, ensure downtown is for everyone by eliminating exclusionary zoning. Exclusionary. Wording is important. This wording wasn't an accident. We didn't appreciate being demonized. We protest the practice of pitting citizens against each other. Not having a building on it doesn't necessarily make a piece of land underutilized. Green spaces are essential for the vibrancy and well-being of both our community and visitors. Once they're gone, we won't get them back. A good ARP should prioritize the preservation of these areas. Visitors are always pleased to see wildlife. We enjoy the occasional visits of elk, deer, and even a coyote who slept under the tree in front of our house. That will be a thing of the past if this plan goes ahead. We applaud the apparent removal of Eckloff Park from residential development. We would urge the town to designate it a heritage resource and erect an interpretive sign in the park to help people understand its history. We see many American big city redevelopment plans called Connect Downtown. Was this plan influenced by the International Downtown Association in the US? If so, shouldn't we have a Canadian Canmore-made solution? We would argue that the Town Council has a responsibility to protect the rights of all its citizens, including those of us who live downtown. We ask you to protect the character of our residential downtown area. We respectfully urge you to reconsider these plans and engage in further consultation with residents. Let's ensure that any redevelopment will reflect community values of sustainability, livability, and the preservation of the unique mountain town character that makes Canmore so special. Thank you for hearing our story.
Great, thank you. Well, I take it you're taking 5 minutes each. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be brief.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, I want to speak about community and the quality of life. Yes, we need to take factors like density, like the density of human population, but we need to balance the density of human population with the other inhabitants of this area. One of the reasons that Carol and I moved here was because of the opportunity to live in harmony with the wildlife. The first year we were here, there was a knock at the door and a wildlife officer was standing there, and he asked us to please remain in your house because we have a bear in a tree at the end of your street. We were delighted. That's why we came, to be in the mountains, to be in a small town, to experience encounters with nature. We frequently have elk on our street. I know that's not an unusual experience, but we love this. And Mount Peachy is a place where everybody wants to hang out, even wildlife. What is the mix of wildlife and people? Who was here first? We know that a river and a creek run through Canmore, and wherever a river runs through an area, there's wildlife. According to the area redevelopment plan, despite having built a town on the banks of a major river, the report recommends grazing habitat should be limited. This may include the installation of wildlife exclusion fences around parks and open spaces. What research has been done to allow us to coexist with nature? Not only to coexist, but to allow nature to thrive. We need to think of the example we could be to the rest of Alberta and the world for the efforts to help keep this area of outstanding beauty. Thank you.
Thanks to you both. Just as far as what research, those recommendations come from the Human Wildlife Coexistence Roundtable. And so we really do not want bears in town. As exciting as that is, we really do not want that because that's not good for the bears. So anyway, but thank you very much for sharing your perspective and coming to the public hearing today. Okay, we're going to have Darcy and Christian Wells, and we are going to take then a quick break. Welcome.
Thank you.
Microphone is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship and Honorable City Council, for this opportunity to speak.
My name is Darcy Wells. My husband Christian had to return to work, so he is not here at this time. We've been owners of a small bungalow in Lions Park neighborhood for the past 9 years. This ARP directly affects our small family home and our entire neighborhood. We relocated back to Canmore in 2013 to be closer to my immediate family. After a lot of hard work and saving, we were fortunate enough to purchase the worst house on a great street. I say the worst house because it was being sold as a teardown. This R1 bungalow has since been our ongoing, loving renovation project. For years, we've had a basement suite, which we still have, allowing our home to grow with our family as well. We are in year 9, and we still don't have a completed garage. We were planning on doing that, breaking ground later this year. I mention all this because this decision today would turn our R1 lot and all our neighbors into high-density housing. We would not be allowed to continue finishing our bungalow, where we dreamt of raising our 3 young children. I ask the council to consider leaving our family neighborhood as it is. We recognize that Canmore is forever changing. We know we have to grow with the community. However, increasing density in our neighborhood does not address any of the current issues in our town. It actually makes our current issues worse. On a more positive note, should this proposal move forward, you will be displacing my family, but you will also be making us a lot of money, probably enough to retire early. We have spoken with some of our neighbors, and we would jointly be creating high-density building on our lots. However, this high-density building would be high-end, top-of-the-line apartments with killer views. They would sell for probably millions, and they would only attract more secondary homeowners. This proposal does not address our local needs for more housing. It turns us into the next Vail and Whistler, districts that really lack a local community. Tourist towns that have pushed the locals to live in outside communities. Please think twice about pushing this forward without some serious amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. We're going to take a very quick break to stretch legs and personal needs. 5 minutes. We're going to return at 2:28. And just so people know, the next ones up are Tinnika Vandewer, Jen Tweedle, and Edmund Young. Okay. Okay, just as we get going, Councillor Ma indicated that he did have a quick question of our last presenter, and he gave her a heads up. And so thank you very much for coming back. What's your question?
Thank you so much for staying, Darcy. I think I had a question where you're talking about a situation where in your current bungalow, you're contemplating building a garage. And there's
Garage suite too.
A garage suite, and there's an apprehension that if the zoning changed, you could not do that?
Yeah, I was told that we wouldn't be allowed to get a new planning permit or development permit.
Okay, that's not my understanding of what would happen. Best case, if I could bounce that question over to administration for clarity.
I might also say that even if we couldn't get the permit, there's no point in sinking $100,000 into a lot that's going to be torn down. But it would be I would love to know if the development companies, ours, we have a company. Yeah. Well, with our neighbors. Yeah. We don't want to. We don't want to. Yeah.
All right. There was a quick question. Do we have a quick answer? Because there is time for questions later.
Yeah, so it's...
Go ahead.
I was like, is that the ringing in my ears? No. It's hard to say definitively because I don't know all the specifics, but generally, when we're looking at increasing density, it doesn't preclude some of those lower density uses still happening in the district. So it could be the case that the lower density farms are still permitted uses in the district. I don't know that we've gotten that far, but I'm not sure when it comes to building a garage.
Sorry, it would also be it's an extension.
Yeah, I don't know that would be prohibited.
All right, so I'm now regretting allowing the question because I think we've gotten down into a little bit of rabbit hole. Thank you for sticking around. I mean, I think your point was, and is well received, that the zoning would actually encourage and incentivize a different type of use than your current plan. And so that plan would go away whether allowed or not, because there is a different potential use of the land that would be more beneficial to your family. Okay. So we'll go back to our list here. The next three are Tineke van der Merwe, and I think I got pretty close there. Jen Tweedle and Edmund Ong. Welcome, and the microphone is yours.
That was really pretty good, Mayor Crasset. Ambawatek, good afternoon, residents of Canmore, members of council, and the neighbours from across the Bow Valley. My name is Tineke van der Merwe, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a creative industries and non-profit leader with nearly 2 decades of international experience across 5 countries and now Canada. I'm also a proud resident of Canmore and the greater Bow Valley community. There's been a lot of perspective shared here today about processes that have felt inequitable and respect for agreements made by those who came before us and those who will come after us. I'm here today to speak in support of the specific areas in the ARP that plan for expanded, permanent infrastructure for the arts, culture, and heritage sectors. More specifically, how the infrastructure we plan today can bring together our community in the future. We are on Treaty 7 lands. This land is significant to many, including the Yara Nakota First Nations of the Bearsport, Chiniki, and Goodstoney, and many other Indigenous peoples. While the Crown viewed Treaty 7 as land that was ceded, many Indigenous nations understood it as a commitment to share, not surrender. That distinction matters. I also acknowledge my own privilege as a person of European and settler descent, and in my work and community life, I commit to advancing key calls to actions from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, specifically Action 14, 43, 57, 67 to 68, and 79 to 83, which deals specifically with cultural institutions and heritage. These are not abstract ideas. They connect directly to what we're here discussing today. Infrastructure for arts and culture and heritage is not a luxury, it is a responsibility. Today I speak in strong support of extended permanent infrastructure for arts and culture and heritage in Canmore, specifically, hopefully operated by ArtsPlace, including space for ethnocultural programming, space that supports newcomers, and space that is Indigenous-led alongside businesses and organizations that are Indigenous-owned. I urge Council to consider these within the Gateway Civic Corridor or Commercial Core as outlined in the ARP. This infrastructure must support the full story of Canmore, its mining and settler legacy, but also the stories that have long been excluded. Including others doesn't erase its history, it expands it. I've seen firsthand how infrastructure shapes identity, connection, and community resilience. At the National Theatre in London, I worked on a capital redevelopment that expanded public programming and generated revenue. It reminded me that inclusion doesn't happen by accident. It happens through design, investment, and intent. The most transformational experience came during my time as Chief Executive, Tumu Whakare, of Q Theatre in Te Makimakaura, Auckland. Q Theatre was a purpose-built for the independent arts. It was created through deep partnership between Auckland Council, local artists, mana whenua, and Pacific leaders. It wasn't just a building, it was a commitment to belonging. Our main stage, rangatira, meaning chief, was shaped like a marae or a Maori meeting house, symbolically holding those inside. We committed to mihi whakatau, a formal Maori welcome for every incoming show. Over 500 welcomes each year across 3 performance spaces. We were gifted a waiata, a sacred song by Maori artists. We learned it, we were humbled by it, and we were daunted by it. And ultimately, we allowed it to become part of our shared identity. We sang it, we fumbled, and we got it right. That building changed me. It stretched me, it made me a better leader, a more respectful neighbour, and a more grounded human being. Here in Canmore, Chapter 5 of the ARP recognises the importance of Indigenous perspectives. I urge Council, do not just incorporate, co-create. Let's ensure Indigenous-led and Indigenous-owned spaces are supported and sustained, not just culturally, but economically. We can look to Indigenous cultural businesses across Canada already building pathways to healing and generational wealth. Recent studies show that 32.8% of people in the Bow Valley were born outside of Canada. That's nearly 1 in 3. These are our neighbours, co-workers and friends. Our public spaces for arts, for culture, for heritage must reflect that reality. When people feel seen, they feel belonging. And when people belong, our entire community thrives. I also want to take a moment to lend my full support to Jeremy and the team at Arts Place. Their consistent, thoughtful work towards inclusion and reconciliation is deeply inspiring. Their commitment to ensuring no one is left behind sets a powerful example. In the end, we're all going to become stories. The question is, how do you want to be remembered?
Thank you very much, and also very well timed. Any questions? Councillor Graham?
Just want to make sure, I've got nothing on my screen here for any sort of video feed. We're good?
Yeah, that was just on Zoom.
Just making sure. Thanks.
Technical question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Jen Tweedale. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just the microphone, and it is all yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen Tweedale, and I'm here to speak in support of the Connect Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. I love this town. After a career of moving every 4 or 5 years for work, I moved here in 2015, and one of my goals was to put down roots in this community. I've had the privilege of being involved with 2 organizations, Pine Tree Players and Community Cruisers, that are deeply rooted in what makes Canmore special. Its creativity, its care for the environment, and its commitment to inclusion and community connection, values that are reflected in the ARP. I was involved in the visioning process for the ARP, and I want to commend the town on that engagement process. I was amazed at how well the diverse perspectives that I heard during the process were woven into a cohesive plan. As president of Pine Tree Players, I see firsthand how arts build a community, but you've already heard lots about that. So I'll talk a little bit about Community Cruisers. Our mission is to empower people to get around by bike all year long. I want to highlight how this plan supports an affordable, connected, and environmentally sustainable downtown Canmore. A vibrant, walkable downtown that prioritizes people over cars, that makes room for people on foot and on bikes, and includes accessible pathways and inviting public spaces is exactly what downtown Canmore needs. It has been well documented that when you build dedicated infrastructure for active transportation, like walking and biking, it gets used. The mode share vision can be achieved by the ARP. And this vision does not exclude folks that are not able to use active transportation, but rather makes more space for those that need to travel by car. Additionally, removing curbs, as is often the case in pedestrian zones, makes it easier for folks to get around using mobility devices. A benefit of encouraging active transportation in our downtown is that it increases community connection. I experience this on a daily basis, riding my bike to and from downtown. I often run into friends and neighbors, and I'm able to stop and chat. I live just outside the boundary to the downtown ARP, and in my daily commute, I also see underused downtown parking lots. With the challenges we face, I understand the need to consider better uses for these spaces that will contribute to vibrancy and community connection. Community Cruisers Bike All Winter program has demonstrated over the past 5 winters that people can and do ride their bikes in the winter. We have supported hundreds of locals in Canmore and in Banff as well, who want to ride their bikes in winter, who come from different backgrounds, who are different ages. This is a reality that we're seeing growing in our community. This has also been well documented in other towns that experience winters like we do. Additionally, public spaces can be vibrant during the winter. Think about events like the Winter Warm-Up, the Winter Festival in Banff. Music, ice sculptures, ski joring, fire pits are all winter activities that could and would happen in a year-round pedestrian zone. This plan envisions a community where people feel welcome, supported, and inspired, whether they're commuting to work, watching a performance, or meeting a neighbor at the downtown plaza. The plan connects the dots. It integrates housing, climate action, mobility, and arts and culture in a way that serves the whole person and the whole community. This is especially important because we have real challenges: affordability, climate change, resilience, growth. This plan doesn't ask us to choose one priority over another. It asks us to imagine a Canmore that works for everyone. That's what makes it strong. It doesn't divide. It brings the solutions together. So today, I want to say thank you. Thank you for engaging, for listening, for leading, and for proposing a vision that reflects who we are and who we want to be.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, next, Edmund Ung, and the next 3 after Edmund will be Kathy Jones, Duncan Brown, and Jonathan Bagley. Welcome to council, and the microphone's all yours.
Afternoon, my name is Edmund Ong. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Bow Valley Climate Action Society. BVCA is happy to be here today in support of the Town Center ARP. The through line of my comment today is going to be striking a balance. We want to recognize that this ARP does a good job of balancing many different viewpoints, needs, wants, and values. There are places where we wish the ARP would go further, would be bolder, but we recognize and support that need to strike a balance. On that theme, we want to specifically thank the town for a thorough, meaningful, and responsive engagement process that we participated in. It's clear to us that a multitude of voices were sought out, listened to, and included in the final balance we have before us today. With that said, I'd like to make 5 major points from a BVCA perspective. 1, land use policy is climate policy, and this ARP aligns with Canmore's Climate Emergency Action Plan. In that plan, the town quantified greenhouse gas pollution by sector. The top 2 were transportation and buildings. Transportation alone accounted for 64% of Canmore's GHG pollution. Residential and commercial sectors then contributed another 31%. Land use policy has deep and long-lasting effects on GHG pollution from these sectors because, 2, Land use policy directly informs what transportation options are available and which transportation options are desirable. Right now, the town center is a problematic gap in the town's active transportation network. Cycling paths are almost entirely absent from the town center, and because of the critical location of the town center, this affects both people going to the town center and people going across the town. And sidewalks in and around the town center are often overcrowded, which then degrades the viability of the town center as a social space and as a third place because of a lack of public realm meant for people rather than cars. Ultimately, we know that people will choose a mode of transportation based on what's comfortable and what's convenient. If we wish to enable people to choose cleaner transportation options, we must make those options available, convenient, and safe. That's why we support the holistic and inclusive approach to mobility envisioned in Section 8, Transportation and Mobility. We think of these plans as finally balancing walking and cycling as equally valued options in addition to driving. 3, higher density buildings and development reduces GHG pollution. In Canmore, most of the energy we use in buildings is for heat. Buildings lose heat from their surface area. Larger, higher density buildings contain more living space inside per unit of outside surface area. It's the square cube law. The practical effects of that are that higher density buildings are inherently more energy efficient. From an area development perspective, a denser town center will house more people within walking distance to shops, services, employment, and transit, and this will reduce per capita transportation pollution while also housing more residents more affordably. For these reasons, we had wanted to see an ARP that allowed larger build forms and greater density, but again, we understand the perspectives being balanced here, and we still support the result in Section 4.1 land use. 4, this ARP does a good job of encouraging more energy efficient buildings. We recognize that the town is limited in its authority when it comes to the building code, and so we commend the creativity of the density bonusing tools in Section 4.1.2. We also commend the town's continued leadership on energy efficiency in non-market affordable housing as outlined in Section 6.2.1, consistent with the recent Palliser ASP. We do feel that an additional tier of density bonusing could be offered for truly exceptional energy performance. However, we once again recognize the balances being made. 5, we commend this ARP for considering climate and resilience. We appreciate the very existence and the contents of Section 6.2, Climate and Resilience. These are good ideas which will have lasting community benefits. Overall then, this ARP sets a solid foundation for development in our community. This is a meaningful step forward for our linked goals of community, affordability, climate adaptation, and climate change mitigation. And so the Bow Valley Climate Action Society urges Council to adopt the ARP as presented. And in interest of time, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Okay. The next speaker is Kathy Jones. Was that DoorDash or? Welcome to council. Yes, please adjust the mic. And
thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. I think it's wonderful. I am here to speak about one street in this town, the street that I live on. Dave and I came here in the 1970s. We have lived on River Road for 35 years. I would like to address, and gladly in the plan, the word may is happened. Riverside Park should provide year-round passive, non-intensive recreational amenities for both residents and visitors. Features and amenities may include. I would like to tell you that we, the people of River Road, would like to build on that word may and eliminate a sidewalk, food trucks, a cafe, boulders in the park, an amphitheater, and a store to sell rentals. So we would like to marginalize what will happen in that park and not have any of these ideas that have been included. One of the wonderful things that they said in the plan was that COVID has changed us. And they're right. I believe what we're seeing in the park is a population that wants peace and quiet, beauty of nature and sounds, because the people who are coming to River Road, Riverside Park, bring no music with them. What they bring is their laughter and their conversation. So people say to us, why are you out on your deck on these busy weekends? I can tell you the sound of the laughter and families and children doing what they do, the teenagers and the young 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds playing their games is energizing. Some come with their hibachi, and they bring 4 generations with them. Some bring all their high school friends with them, and they play quietly. What they do is they bring their own lawn chairs, their own blankets, their own hammocks. I think probably there's room for more picnic tables and some more ideas that can help with that. To get on to the cafes and the food trucks, to animate the space, to provide opportunity for local business. This hurts us as residents of River Road. The park is a park. Business district is 1 block away. Easy to go and get your hot dog, your Coke, your glass of wine, cookies for the kids, 1 block away. We do not need to bring that environment to River Road. I have a lot more around that, and I'm going to carry on because what's more important than the incidents here, our capacity has reached its maximum now. I would ask that the town can come and talk to us on River Road and start talking about a plan now. It is a dirt road that has no shoulders. The town has put in parking bumpers so people know where to angle park, and then at the skinnier part of the road, there's signs saying to parallel park. Now, some of our population don't read very well, and so that can be confusing. Some of them are back and forth to their car, honking their horns frequently. It's very entertaining. And we sit on our deck with all our friends, as many of our neighbors do, and we love it because it's a quiet, peaceful, fun-filled moment. We do not need to make this park as part of like Stampede Park or anything else that's much more commercialized. I'll just finish there, because then I'll forget to stop at 5 minutes.
Great, well, thank you very much. You raised some very good points. I appreciate you being here. Any questions? Oh, yes, there is a question. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your presentation. I always appreciate it when you come to council. Is it just me, or are we seeing exponential numbers of people on the river since COVID?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's just like sometimes like you're crossing the river at a different time and it's busy because I come over from Hospital Hill. And thank you. And secondly, when you are sitting out on your front deck, can you give me a call?
I will give you all a call,
Thank
because
you.
sitting on my deck will give you more information than I can give you. It's 607A.
I know, I've put a few signs.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, next is Duncan Brown. No? Okay, then I know I saw Dr. Bagley. Yes, Dr. Bagley. And after Dr. Bagley, we have Jeremy White, Erica Jensen-Mann, and Grady McMahon. Welcome.
Good
Welcome. The
afternoon.
microphone's yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor Crozert and Town Council. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. 30 years in Canmore. I've raised both my kids and practiced here. Love the town, love Canmore, love the people, which is why I look so young, even though I'm almost 60. And there's a lot of great things in this town that drive me to want to be here. I'm here because of parking, because my business, I have a lot of patients that like me and drive a long way to get here, and they want to have somewhere to park. And I'm not going to complain, because complaining doesn't do any good. It's worked pretty good. I feel appreciation in allowing our individuals of Canmore to have 3 hours free parking. I felt that was a very good way of balancing paid parking, and I encourage people to be happy about that when they come to my office and complain about parking. And for my patients that come out of town, for my staff that drive from Exshaw, my staff that drive from Cochrane that have children, my staff that drive from Banff, all of those people need somewhere to go, as well as all my families that bring their kids from school and have to race back to school or race back to activities. They need somewhere to go. So for us, time is important, and that's where a challenge resides. So I can understand changing parking when you have a tourist in mind who has time of day, whereas when you run a business where that isn't as affordable, it becomes more tricky. I've talked to the dentist, Dr. Brown. He was just here most of the time, and now he's left. He wanted to speak on the same thing, as well as the other dental office in town. They left early this morning as well. So I'm kind of speaking for a few offices that would not be able to function without that ability. I do support Frank Kernick's idea. I thought his idea with a convention center with a parkade would be a great idea to help businesses in the winter months. I did see that happen when I worked in Banff for 10 years. The Banff Springs would bring people in, they come downtown, they buy things. It's kind of cool for me because people drive here from Red Deer and they buy a pair of shoes on Main Street. You know, they go for lunch. And I know you guys hear this, but those patients, they're great people. And I know if I said to them, well, now you just got to park like outside of town and get on a bus, and you know, it's going to take forever to get down to me, but just come a couple hours early so you get there on time. It's going to be very tricky. So maintaining what you've said, the parking downtown, I appreciate. And also, if you could add to that, if we do bring in affordable housing, which could work well for employees downtown and increase viability, but not just building on the lots, but allowing for some form of a parkade to increase the parking, okay? And I actually have a lot more patients biking. I have a lot more patients walking. I always laugh when my 84-year-old patient puts on his bike helmet and heads out the door. And yes, they're in the winter and they're in the summer. I have my own e-bike now. I've been riding my e-bike until I got cut off by another bike in the mid-morning and fell on the ground and hit my head and hurt my shoulder. So then I had to drive. But I appreciate all those things. And we have a great spot here. And it's an awesome place. And there's a lot of people speaking today about a lot of different issues. And I appreciate your challenge as a town council. My only request today is that in the ARP, which I would have loved to have retired from and never heard of those letters in my life, yet you include a parkade as an option in the ARP. There's an amendment to just include a parkade as an option. That's really my only request. Because as I see it, just leaving that window open for all our businesses downtown gives them some hope, and I think it's important. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Don't see any questions, so we'll now move on to Jeremy White. Jeremy White. Okay, we'll move to Erica Jensen-Mann. Welcome. The microphone is yours.
All right, so I'm speaking in support of the ARP and specifically on the inclusion of arts in the downtown. So my name is Erica Jensen, and I've been a resident of Canmore for 20 years. I'm also a professional photographer and the mom of 2 teenagers. And as a creative that makes their living through art, I've experienced firsthand how the advent of social media has changed the climate of art from slow and mindful to hurried, instant, and attention-seeking. One of my main goals as a mother of 2 creative teenagers has been to try and protect my kids from the damaging effects of social media, doing things for the joy of doing things, not for likes and shares on the internet. The statistics are downright terrifying for kids and adults alike. The average teenager spends 4.8 hours daily on their phone. That's 33.6 hours a week, or 1,748 hours a year. We've turned from a creative culture to a consumption culture, mindlessly scrolling through upwards of 1,400 reels a day. Art in downtown works in defiance of this statistic. It's not enough to say to my kids, or myself for that matter, that they can't be on social media. It needs to be replaced with something. Studies show that what has a far bigger impact than people's habits, other than their willpower, is by creating the right environment. In our house, it's as simple as having a guitar in the room or markers and paper out. But as my kids grow into adults, this has to become a home initiative and a community initiative. The accessibility of the free pottery program means my daughter builds sculptures instead of scrolling on her phone on a Saturday morning. The accessibility of busking means my son Timmy plays and practices music for weeks before for his performances on downtown Main Street, sometimes in the winter as well. This is even more important in the age of AI, where apparently computers can do better than us, not just at math, but at poetry, songwriting, photos, etc. My son, many of you know him as the lead singer of the Ducks. You probably hear him in our garage practicing every Friday night. When he hears a song written by AI, he is disheartened. Why? Because it is good. Sure, you can tell it's AI, but in a few years you won't be able to. Computers and AI will do everything that we can do. Understandably, this makes Timmy feel replaceable. If a computer can imitate his voice and write a song in less than 3 seconds, what's the point? Unfortunately, the art we are currently making as humans is replaceable. This is a downright depressing thought. But here's what's not replaceable: the human experience of making art, the human experience of getting muddy while making a mug on the pottery wheel, the human experience of spending 30+ hours learning a guitar solo and losing yourself in it, the human experience of crying during the most beautiful song, the human experience of feeling a poem in your entire being, and the human experience of collective effervescence as 100 people all listening to the same song sway in unison. Our ancestors, not so very long ago, took these human experiences for granted. Our ancestors took for granted the distraction-free environment without devices and the ability to be present, without a phone and without social media. The ability to make and create work, without sharing it with the masses. As we move forward as humans, progressing in all aspects of life, there are some aspects that we have to move backwards on in order to move forwards. It is an act of defiance against AI to protect these spaces in Canmore, made only for human experience. But as AI is progressing, which it will, we need even more of these spaces. Spaces where we can make art for the sake of making, make music for the sake of the struggle, gather with people to be fully present in experiencing other people's creations. Making space for creativity and sharing with like-minded individuals is not replaceable. Canmore is a place for sharing and creating in blood, in person, in passion, AI-free. We need to protect and grow this space at all costs, because if we don't, it will be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that gave me goosebumps, so thank you very much. Sure would hate to be the person having to follow you now. So. Mr. McMahon? Welcome, and the microphone is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Council. Downtown Canmore BI wishes to express our appreciation for the efforts to enhance our community as presented within the ARP. We're also grateful for the town of Canmore's dedication to involving the BIA in the engagement process. This includes considering the insights gathered from our town center study, which underscores the importance of collaborative planning, demonstrating commitment to create a vibrant, sustainable downtown area that will ultimately benefit all stakeholders. While there are many positive aspects of the plan, such as the development of public spaces, the connection to Riverside Park, wayfinding, Celebration Plaza, we believe that certain measures require further consideration. We're here to provide a little constructive feedback to ensure that the proposed changes align with the collective interests of our members and contribute to the future sustainability of Canmore. First up is permanent closure and pedestrianization of Main Street. Our membership feels that a permanent closure of Main Street may be detrimental to the downtown businesses, potentially leading to significant financial losses, reduced accessibility for residents and visitors alike. While most of our members do support a temporary seasonal pedestrianization of Main Street, there remains significant concern about activating the space outside the peak summer months if the street were to be permanently pedestrianized. Great care must be taken when the project goes to design to ensure that activation is considered and vibrancy maintained during the winter. The current wording of the ARP states that the future Main Street shall become a permanent pedestrian area year-round. Prescribing this change now will not allow the exploration of other options, including a hybrid pedestrian area in the future with an amendment to the ARP. Hybrid solutions may allow for a blend of pedestrian-friendly spaces while still accommodating vehicular traffic during off-peak seasonal business times, rather than full-time permanent closure. Further consideration must be given to a draw to bring people to the area during the off-peak periods. A Made in Canmore full-time attraction could assist with such a change. At this time, we do not support making the blanket change without having sufficiently informed proof of concept. We propose evaluating the economic impact of permanent pedestrianization with phased approach ensuring permanent changes benefit downtown business owners whose livelihood is dependent upon a thriving downtown core. Year-round attractions and events such as winter markets, cultural festivals can keep Main Street vibrant and support local businesses during quieter months. With proper funding, these initiatives can be successfully implemented, drawing visitors and sustaining the economic vitality of downtown Canmore. It is imperative that the final design accommodates the needs of both pedestrians and vehicles to ensure seamless access and circulation within downtown. A balanced approach that integrates flexible use of spaces will benefit the community, preserving the accessibility and economic vitality of Main Street. Moving on to parking. Potential reductions in parking downtown were strongly opposed by many of our members, who raised numerous concerns about the impact on business accessibility, traffic management, and the potential removal of resident passes, which has been discussed, and we'll move past that. It is crucial that the final ARP ensure the amount of parking available does not decrease, ideally resulting in a net increase of spots if possible. We believe that ancillary studies such as the ITP should address broader concerns like intercept parking and public transportation within the pedestrian zone, which are challenging to grasp from the current ARP concept as it is. Without a comprehensive understanding of how these elements will be integrated, we cannot foresee how Main Street can remain viable, especially during inclement weather. Maintaining ample parking and efficient traffic flow is essential to support the downtown businesses and ensure the area remains accessible to both residents and visitors throughout the year. Quickly touching on building heights, concerns were raised about the building heights in the BIA zone with a specific focus on the civic corridor. Studies must ensure that the skyline remains unobstructed, sunlight reaches the pedestrian areas, including shadow studies, preserving Canmore's charm and natural beauty. This requires careful consideration of new construction, again, casting long shadows that could diminish the downtown appeal. Maintaining a balance between modern development and historical architecture is crucial to reflect the town's character now and well into the future. Addressing these concerns can enhance downtown Canmore's attractiveness and livability for residents and alike. Without the scenic views, we're just another small town. Community involvement. One last quick point. Community involvement and detailed planning. It's important for our members to feel as though they're being included in the process. They have been all along, but continuing that communication per item within the ARP. The planning without a plan, knowing the information so that they can make an informed decision in the end is the ultimate goal.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yeah, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation, and I'm sorry you had such a tough act to follow.
It's a letdown, I know.
Yeah, it is what it is. When council implemented paid parking several years ago, there was discussions with the BIA in particular about, we were looking at optimizing our own public parking, but we were talking with the BIA about optimizing their private parking. And so that meant businesses having conversations with businesses around underutilized lots versus overutilized lots. And I was wondering how those discussions were going with your membership in terms of the optimization of their own private parking within the BIA zone.
That's a discussion that predates me by many years.
Okay, I'd asked probably 6 months ago at a meeting, and I just wasn't sure since you've come on if that's been addressed at all through your membership. All right, thank you.
Something to come in the future. Great. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Okay, so now I'll open it up to anyone else that is present that would like to speak to this matter. Mr. Sparks, I saw your hand first. Yeah.
My ride insists I go first.
Okay. Okay, so Dan Sparks, and then I saw another right there. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
The microphone's yours.
Thank you. The peace officer wasn't in my line of sight before, so I was gonna get rowdy. We just, yeah. So, yeah. Look, you just got tense. Okay, sorry, I have notes. This is really this is neither for or against, this is just information for council, which I think is reasonably intuitive that density does not equal affordability. I am, as I think all of you know, very much in favor of affordable housing, as well as densification and putting affordable housing absolutely everywhere that you can in town, downtown, Silvertip, industrial areas, I don't care. I think we need more affordable housing everywhere. The move from R1 to R4 is not going to equal greater affordability. The starting rate for a new fourplex in downtown Canmore right now, starting price for a new fourplex is $1.8 million. That's not going to be affordable. I know, given the nature of my job, I know where most of you live, and that's considerably more than most of your homes, if not all, and my own.
We do have a peace officer here, so.
Fair enough. I don't know where he lives. So, yeah. And I know some of you don't lock your doors. So $1.8 million starting price for a new fourplex downtown. The average sale price of a house in Cougar Creek over the last year was about $1.4 million. You're talking about $400,000 difference between a townhouse and a house on a 6,000 square foot lot with a backyard, generally with a garage. Those houses are older, maybe they need some updating. Put 200 grand in those, you're still 200 less than these fourplexes going in downtown. In building fourplexes, what we're going to be doing is replacing the presidents of the oil and gas companies with the vice presidents of the oil and gas companies. We're going to be serving the weekenders. That's who's going to buy these things. The only way this contributes to affordable housing is through the collection of the vacancy tax. Bring in 0.4% on $7.2 million. That's real money. That money could then be put to actual affordable housing projects. Where you can create affordable housing, where it's actually going to matter, is through the development of town land, town-owned land, where you can take that vacancy tax money and whatever other money the town can scrounge up, build affordable housing, maintain that affordable housing in perpetuity. I'm not saying do or do not densify. I'm saying that if you do densify, make sure you're doing it for the right reason and with the understanding of why you're doing it. You're not doing it in terms of creating affordable housing. You're doing it in conjunction with the vacancy tax. If the vacancy tax wasn't there, there would be no point. So that's what I got.
Thank you for sharing. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your perspective.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Faubert, just about missed you there.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks, for your presentation. Do you have a sale price for an R1 in the downtown area?
I can tell you that a new R1 home downtown, you'd be starting at about $4 million and moving up from there. $4 million is probably low. I have two places listed downtown right now that are both R1. One's at $4,499,000. The other is $4,750,000. Get something that's say 5 or 10 years old downtown, you're probably 3.5. Tear down cost of an R1 lot downtown is starting at about 1.7. Tear down cost of an R4 lot is low end now, 2 million. Most recent tear down downtown for an R4 lot was 2.2 million, and that was in the last 2 weeks.
And then do you have any opinion on the co-benefits of reducing greenhouse gases and climate change benefits for increased density? That's another argument that's been made for density. I just wanted your thoughts on that.
No, I honestly don't have sort of strong feelings around it. I mean, obviously, if you're densifying more people in the same size kind of building, you are going to be reducing emissions, reducing use of energy, reducing building materials. The argument that was made that there are cost benefits to dense building versus non-dense building in terms of economies of scale that was made earlier by Boda. It's not untrue, but building 4 kitchens is a lot more expensive than building 1 kitchen. So, sure, I don't think that that's enough. That's not a good, in my opinion, that is not a good enough reason to densify. The reason to densify is only if you can make money on it for the benefit of the community.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Of the tear downs that you're seeing downtown, and by the way, thanks for coming. It's a long time for you to sit still for all day.
It's been a while.
Of the tear downs that you're seeing come downtown, how many are you seeing that are built to a higher energy quality?
Everything's being built to current code.
Yeah, well, the Alberta building code sucks.
Okay, fair enough.
Anything
So, yeah.
above that?
It's honestly, it's a minor factor. People will throw in some solar panels, people will build some thicker walls. There are some, absolutely, that are being built to a very high standard.
Yep.
I don't want to say that that doesn't exist, but it's absolutely not the rule, without a doubt.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, yes. Oh, did you get Dan's? Okay, great. So thank you for coming forward. Just, I want to remind you, when you're done, please sign the list there so we make sure we have your name. So if your name, please, welcome, and Mike's yours.
My name's Donna Schley, and I live within the downtown development core on 9th Street. I live in a tear-down, but it's not a tear-down to me. I recently was offered, and I'm actually glad I followed Dan, I recently was offered $2 million for my home. It's on an R2 lot. I have room to park my trailer, but I can't get what I want to live in for $2 million in the downtown core. If a few other lots have sold in my neighborhood, everybody there are millionaires, but they can't afford to live downtown. If you want to live in a fourplex, it likely is correct. It'll be from somebody who doesn't live downtown or doesn't even live in the community as a weekender, and it's not sustainable. The downtown core cannot be everything for everyone. When I moved into my place, I bought it in 1993, they developed the place where RGO and Distinctive Homes is currently there, and there's housing above that. In lieu of parking, those people paid to the town money so that a parkade could be built downtown. People, if they live downtown, do not want to have to commute with the commuter. They want to be able to live like normal people live, have a place to park, carry their groceries in, carry kids in. My elderly father, when he visited, there's no way that he could have, climbed onto a bus and commuted downtown to go to a doctor's appointment or something like that. So although I agree with many of the things, I don't agree with the process. It angered me that when I was filling in my form using the QR code, I could not make comments. There was a little space at the bottom of that form for planning that I thought, okay, I'm going to make some comments here. It said, no, that's not what it was for, and it kicked me off. So even though the town, the planners say, okay, I'm going to watch. The planners say that this many people support. Is that from the people who lived in the downtown core? Did we get to say what we needed to say? Like, our homes are our homes. And yes, they're not environmentally friendly, but if they build something more environmentally friendly, doesn't mean that those will be for residents. And like, Banff did a better job in some ways. They put a parkade in the middle of the downtown core so people could go to appointments, could do something. Then they had intercept parking. You're trying to just have one solution, and that's not realistic. It's just not realistic to not have parking for the downtown people and their guests and everything else. I think there was something else I wanted to add, but I guess I can't remember. Thank you.
Well, certainly appreciate that. Yes, thank you for remembering to put your name. I don't see any questions. Looking to see if there's anyone else. Yes, good. Ms. Evans, welcome to council. Please adjust the microphone so you can speak right into it.
Yeah.
And
I'm a shorty.
the microphone is yours.
Okay. My name is Linda Evans, and I had a store on Main Street for 45 years. And I also have a house on the corner of River Road and Main Street, and I've been there 50 years. So I have seniority in here right now. Anyhow, it's been quite a meeting. This is the first one I've ever been to, and I'm totally surprised at the contribution, and it's been great. What I'd like to probably end this meeting with is I noticed that the big, I guess, problems with people, there's a mixture of the downtown core of people, is I think as a council and as a town, we have to decide if we want to be a community first or a tourism town. And tourism in the valley is natural because of where we live, but we don't have to put out the red carpet for them. And I think for the sake of the soul of this place, we need to concentrate on the community first, or we're going to lose it really fast here. The other thing I wanted to bring to attention was, first of all, did all of you get one of these? Do you remember getting one of these? Did any of you read it? Yeah, I know you had a ton to read. I know Wade's read it. I made him read it. I just want to say changes are coming to the downtown core. And there's some big changes coming in the next couple of years. So I think council needs to postpone the ARP and hold off on any proposed changes till we see the consequences and can have a better judgment of what's coming our way. I did mention a couple of things in here, but what changes do you say? First of all, I know of 2 businesses that are going out this year on Main Street, and I know 2 more that have just closed. Up to this date, some businesses have had a long history in Canmore and may be thinking of leaving when their lease is up, especially if Canada goes into a recession, which I think is inevitable. The stock market was down today. Anyhow, we also have the potential for a dozen or more new commercial spaces to be available for a lease with the new construction coming on. And at the same time, a new commercial district is over at the Three Sisters, and it will definitely have an effect on Canmore, on downtown Canmore. Now, I've been on Main Street for all these years, but another thing that I have done is I've traveled a lot. And I don't mean by plane, I've been by car, and I've been to a lot of towns that Canmore can learn from. And I'm talking about towns like Jackson, Wyoming, Aspen, Colorado, Sedona, Arizona, all these small towns, ski towns. I've been to them all. I've been to all the ones in California over the years, and I have actually watched a few of them and compared them to Banff and Canmore and what they did right and what they did wrong. So we really have to have our heads up on this development they're doing over at Three Sisters. And I think Canmore is at a crucial point in downtown development, and it would be foolish to make any decisions until we can get a better picture of our economic growth once these changes have become more clear. In Aspen, Colorado, I don't know
So
if
that was
any-
your time. Do you have one
Okay,
more
I'll be
quick
fast.
point?
I've only got one paragraph. In Aspen, Colorado, a town with similar problems that we have, council implemented a land use moratorium temporarily halting development. They sought to strike a balance by limiting the rate of growth of new development to preserve the area's unique character and the natural beauty while allowing for affordable housing. We want to get this right, you guys. This is our town, our community. We all live here together, and I wish for business to flourish. I don't want my children or my grandchildren to have to move because we didn't get it right. And if it takes more time, so be it.
Great, thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
And please try and read this. There's a couple of ideas in it.
Okay.
And,
Okay,
the other thing is, I have lots of information on Aspen, on other towns.
Okay.
And I have the original Mindside Cultural Center that we did in 1986. And you can see how people love the arts and
Okay,
culture.
thank you very much. And you've placed Linda Evans, okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, please come forward. Just while this gentleman's coming forward, will there be anyone else that wishes to speak after that? Okay, one more. You can start moving to the front.
Yeah, Roger Jones. I'll try to be brief because I know it's been a long day. So appreciate the effort everyone's gone into this, and I think sometimes we have to look at what's the real world. So I give credit to Councillor Ma for going out to site looking at stuff, and for the mayor for pointing out those green objects on the screen were actually trees. Okay. So to quote Winston Churchill, however beautiful your theory, you should occasionally look at your results. So with respect to you, I'm just going to go up to the new pathway on Bow Valley Trail by the hospital. Beautiful walkway and stuff. When you come out, you can't make a left-hand turn. Vehicle.
To the downtown ARP?
I'm talking about why it's for this, though.
Okay, why you support the downtown ARP?
Because that was done and it looks beautiful on the plans like we've seen, but seniors are terrified to make the left-hand turn out of there because you're in the middle of the bike path to get across. And now getting to downtown. So it's a problem. They can't move there. And if you have someone who's sore and in pain, you have to make a quick left-hand turn onto Bow Valley Trail, and there's no left-hand turn coming eastbound, so a vehicle there, the people go around it. So that's something we've done based on these same drawings and plans. That's why I'm going outside of the zone. So now I'm on Spring Creek Drive, making the left-hand turn off of there onto Main Street. This is a gong show during busy times. So we have a crosswalk on either side of Spring Creek Drive, and less than a quarter block down, we have another crosswalk by the Big Head. So we're expecting people to come from Elevation Place, but we can't ask them to walk a third of a block. So we have 3 people crossing. So when people are trying to come to downtown, there's people crossing bikes, people are trying to make the left-hand turn into Spring Creek, people are trying to make the left-hand turn out of Spring Creek, and meanwhile, there's 3 crosswalks in less than half a block. That's what I'm talking about, the real-world planning. So I would say if we're going to do stuff, and again, with respect to Railway Avenue, some of these areas, put some barricades up, put some traffic cones, test it out. What doesn't work that we see on the plan that's not working in the real world? Because I'm sure no one thought, let's make an intersection by the hospital. It makes it dangerous for people to get out. Let's not do 3 crosswalks to make it nicer for pedestrian. That enhances the traffic congestion. So let's take out some of the parking. Let's put some barricades up where we're going to strip people. Did it work, or do we need to modify it? If we're talking a 25-year plan, try it during low season, try it during high season, but let's see how it works in the real world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Yes, please put your name down there. Yes. Okay. Mr. Musil, welcome to council. The microphone is yours.
Hello. Can you hear me? My name is Peter Musil. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this input on this plan. Your responsibility to get this right is quite significant, and I hope you take the proper amount of time to consider everyone's comments. I'm in opposition of the ARP as currently drafted, but could support it with some amendments that I'll speak to. First, let me start by saying that my opinion of the survey that was conducted last year was flawed, and the results should be considered with a grain of salt. The questions were crafted in such a way that the responses could be manipulated in any manner the administrators choose, not always in the way the participants intended. I have a background in accounting and economics, and sample testing and interpreting results is a significant component of those disciplines. I would suggest that the results are skewed and open to significant interpretation and not overly reliable. Now I'll just speak to some of the points made and the ideas. Main Street can still be a great street without making it a year-round pedestrian zone. I do not support making Main Street a pedestrian zone year-round. I do support making Main Street a pedestrian zone seasonally, for example, from May to September. I am supportive of limiting visitor accommodations. Over-tourism is a real thing. I do not support replacing current downtown parking land with affordable housing unless the current number of parking stalls remains and housing is built above it. I do not think the downtown core is a suitable or appropriate place to house permanent residents and families. Generally, the most expensive land, which is the land around the downtown core, should financially be used for other purposes and leverage that with doing affordable housing in other parts of town. I'm glad that the Eckloff Park was removed from the ARP. I'm supportive of expanding Riverside Park. I'm supportive of residential uses for the lot next to Veterans Park. I support an intercept parking lot, but the parking downtown should remain in order to support the businesses in the area. Transportation modes should complement, not compete with one another. A healthy, thriving downtown depends on embracing all modes of transportation: walking, biking, public transit, and single vehicle use. I do not understand why there's a current trend to densify everything all the time. It's not fair to hoist new densification on current homeowners when they purchase their homes thinking it's going to be one thing and now it might be something different. The fact that people love Canmore is that they love Canmore the way it is, and that is the attraction to Canmore. Once we start densifying everything and increasing the building heights, that will significantly take away from the small mountain feel, and we can never get that back. I would also like to commend you on the implementation of the vacancy tax in Canmore. Short of a need to reside rule, which I think is ultimately what Canmore needs, this is a step in the right direction. Having served on the CCH board, I'm very aware of the housing shortage in Canmore. However, densification of existing neighborhoods at the expense of current residents is not the answer. Part of the problem is approving and allowing more and more commercial developments, which in turn compounds the need for housing to house employees and their families. Canmore will never get ahead of the curve until we start limiting tourism expansion, until our housing crisis is under control. There seems to be a focus to attract more and more visitors to Canmore and not fully listening to residents. I'd also like to make a comment on the affordability and density that was brought up earlier. In my experience, like everyone's, developers price units based on market rates, not margins. Meaning just because units cost less to build doesn't mean they always sell for less, especially after the first buyer, without a restricted covenant on title.
Great, thank you very much for sharing your perspective today. Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, thanks. Anyone else wishing to speak today? Last call, anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, so what we're going to do then is I'm going to look to the clerk, municipal clerk, to speak to written submissions. How are you going to summarize this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Krasser. Yeah, as you said, normally I would read out the names of everyone who submitted, but in the interest of everyone's time and attention, I'm not going to read out 800 names. So I will be just kind of scrolling through this so it is on the official record, and it will be published. Any kind of late submissions that weren't in by Friday, they will be added to the official record of submissions that will be published online. It's just a quick little summary. So,
okay.
Here I go.
So anyone watching can freeze and see their name.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I know, and if I had more time, yeah.
You can go a little bit faster.
Cool. Okay, great.
Okay, while this is happening, I'm going to just put something to my council. because people here are interested in this particular issue, and I am going to be putting a motion to postpone, I am going to actually, as soon as we're done, close this hearing, move that we deal with that item first, and I'm going to make the motion to postpone. Does anybody have a problem doing that while people are here so they can hear the issue that they came for? Okay, and then we'll be taking a break. And as soon as we're done this, though, I will be asking administration if they have any comments, and I will give council one more opportunity to ask any questions at this time. Of course, it won't be your last opportunity.
Almost there.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Stiver. Does the administration have any comments that they'd like to be making based on what they've heard? I think we'll go to council for questions. Sure. Okay, so if there's questions, Councillor Graham, do you have a question?
Sorry, Your Worship. Yeah, I wondered if administration could address the restrictive covenant in Mount Peachy Place and how that's affected in the reality of that situation for us, and so we can.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Graham. Maybe I'll turn that over to Adam.
Mr. Drydzek, thank you. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you. Adam Drydzek, Town Solicitor. So the restrictive covenant, I think, to confirm, is the one that's registered by caveat number 141 KG against multiple parcels in the downtown area. So there's several questions you could ask here and may want answers to. So I'll kind of try and frame it and then ask if that captures your question. I guess one thing you want to know is what's the impact of that restrictive covenant on making an area structure plan that contemplates some different development. And conversely, what's the impact of that area structure plan on the restrictive covenant if you were to adopt the plan? And then I guess the next question that you might want to know is what's involved in having the restrictive covenant removed or enforced, depending on which side of that you're on. Does that capture your
Yeah,
your
I was looking
questions?
for a better understanding of the impacts of this issue.
Okay, well, I guess the basics is that restrictive covenants are sort of like agreements between lot owners, parcel owners. They get registered on land title, and they typically restrict the use of some parcels for the benefit of other parcels that are named in that restrictive covenant. So it's kind of like a contract. And back in the day, before municipalities used land use bylaws to do most of their land use regulation, municipalities were some of the people who used these as a form of control. So there's a number of these in Canmore and in other cities, and they tend to linger on title after statutory plans and bylaws have changed. So the fact that the restrictive covenant exists doesn't prevent town council from making statutory plans or bylaws that provide for different uses, including higher density than what's in the restrictive covenant. The restrictive covenant is a relevant planning consideration, so it's good that it's on your mind and that you're considering submissions on it, and that's part of the discussion here for you, but it doesn't stop you from making a statutory plan that provides for something different. So I guess the question happens is what then? Well, what if you did? Well, enforcement of restrictive covenants is typically done by the owners of the parcels that are listed in the restrictive covenant as benefiting from that. At the time that the municipality put it on in probably I think around 1968, the town at that time would have owned some parcels, and since that time, most, if not all of those parcels will now be owned by other people. So the enforcement would typically be a decision of the owners who currently benefit from it, and they'd carry that out through court. It's untypical for a municipality to enforce a restrictive covenant that differs from the current plans or bylaws, because staff typically take the direction from the current plans or bylaws.
So
So I'll tell you what, I don't want to get too deep into this, because I think when we're dealing with the legal matters, I think the question's been raised. It's probably better to have something provided to us in writing so that we can all follow it as well. I've looked into this, and there's a lot of nuances. Right?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of, and if that's the best way, then yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so thank you. Any other questions the council has at this time? Thank you very much, Mr. Dryzik. Okay, so we don't have any more questions, no comments from administration. So I'm going to close this public hearing. And before we go to a break, I'm going to move that we deal with item G2 right now. So that's my motion. Clerk, well, clerk, have you captured that? All right. So as I mentioned, I want to do this while we have those still gathered here so they know what the next step is. All those in favor of dealing with that issue now? Carried unanimously. I'm now going to move that we postpone second and third reading until a special meeting of council to be held on May 27th. In speaking to that motion, we do have another matter with regards to our tax bylaw that we're dealing with that day. And there's a lot of space on that day, whereas the June meeting is completely full, and I believe July is too far off. So I would encourage you to support us dealing with this at that time. We've been given a lot to think about today. We've been given a lot to think about through the written submissions, and I know each of us had various thoughts in our own readings, and I know for a fact that there's probably at least 7 to 10 amendments, some significant in the works in some form, and so we're just not prepared to deal with this today, nor should we. Would anybody else like to speak to that motion? Councillor Ma?
I'm full support there, Your Worship. I think there's a lot to contemplate, a lot to scratch around and talk amongst councillors and understand where we're at with the various pieces. So I think time is prudent. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so just before we go to break, what that means is that this will come back on the May 27th council meeting for second and potentially third reading, depending what happens with second reading. At that time, it's up to council, can move some amendments, can approve it as is, can defeat it. So all of those are options that are open to council. The public hearing is closed. We've received all the information, and boy, we've got a lot of information. Great information. I really want to thank all of you for coming out and spread the word for those who had to leave early. Thank you for coming out. It's very important to participate in the public process, and I, for one, and I think for my fellow council members, it's very valuable to us to hear your voices directly. So thank you for that. Stay tuned. It's now in council's hands, and we will continue with this on May 27th, and something will be done at that time. What it is, you'll find out when we find out. We're going to take a break now, and I'm going to meet with the acting CAO to determine what on our agenda we still need to deal with. We're going to break until 4:15, so it's a 25-minute break, all right? Okay, I'll wait till we're streaming again. Okay, we're back. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to move on with the rest of our agenda, first of all with the minutes, and then, which is the latest I think we've ever dealt with minutes. Then we're going to deal with the remaining items in G, bylaw approval. But after that, I'll be making a motion to postpone all of the items under new business until May 27th. All right, so that's where we're gonna go. So then that brings us to item D1. Are there any errors or omissions with regards to the circulated minutes? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of the April 1st, 2025 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we will now move to item G1, which is Silvertip Block 9 residential development. And I understand that Councillor Ma would like to make a motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just given the volume of information today from the two public hearings, I just feel for myself, I would like to defer second reading to perhaps the May 27th meeting, if that's possible. I just need a little more time to have like balancing all the information that I processed today and come forth to a better decision.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to postpone. The motion on the table then is to postpone item G1 to the special meeting of council on May 27th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would anybody like to speak to the motion? I'm fine proceeding today, but obviously the majority will rule. Councillor Graham, you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Ma. This one needs a little bit of more marinating in my skull after today's volume of information. I'd appreciate a little more time.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Mayor Krauser opposed. So now we've already dealt with G2, and so our last item that we'll deal with today is item G3, which is the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-06 Moustache Land Direct Control District. All right. The finale for the day.
Yeah, well, you made it.
It's all brought us to this point.
Excuse me, I'm a little slow these days.
Okay. And you'll just have to adjust the microphone accordingly, but it's all yours.
Will this come up on the screen then?
I think they're working on it.
Even the technology's tired?
Yeah. There we go. Perfect.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to present the proposed bylaw 2025-06, which would establish a new direct control district for the site known as the Moustache Lands. A brief background, in 2023, the province transferred the Moustache Lands to the town of Canmore with two conditions. One, that the site be used for affordable housing, and two, that it must be construction ready by April 2026. Given the site's constraints, a custom land use approach is required. Administration is proposing a direct control district to allow for a mixed-use, affordable housing, local serving commercial uses, and a public plaza as guided by the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan. The proposed DC district aligns with the Palliser Trail ASP, which envisions a vibrant, inclusive community node, public plazas, open space, and pedestrian-oriented design,
and no minimum parking requirement, to promote affordability and sustainable transportation. Future development will follow principles of affordability, energy efficiency, and community livability. This is a map of the proposed lands highlighted there. And so this would be, it's currently zoned as future development, and the proposal is the direct control district. Bylaw 2025-06 proposes redesignating 1651 Palliser Trail from future development to the new direct control district. Key features would include 250 to 350 affordable residential units, up to 6 buildings, each up to 6 stories tall, ground floor commercial opportunities, a central public plaza, open space and a playground, bike parking infrastructure and trail connections, and no minimum vehicle parking requirements, as already mentioned. Oops, where are we at here? Okay. The proposed amendment supports the town's strategic objectives related to housing and affordability and economic vitality. It also conforms to several adopted plans, including the Palliser Trail ASP of 2023, the Open Space and Trails Plan from 2015 amended in 2021, and the Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw 2016-03. The engagement summary, so engagement to date has included a formation of a multi-agency advisory committee, which has met 3 times. Public information session was held virtually on April 15th of this year. And circulation to nearby landowners is currently in progress, and landowners, anyone affected parties will be given 1 month for comments. Additional meetings have also been held with local businesses and nonprofits to explore commercial tenancy opportunities. The recommendations before you today, administration recommends that council give first reading to bylaw 2025-06 and schedule a public hearing for June 3rd, 2025. This bylaw supports council direction, implements the ASP vision, and fulfills the conditions of the land transfer from the province. And that's that, and I'll open to any questions.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you so much for your presentation. In the permitted and discretionary uses, I noticed that there is a liquor store in discretionary use, and I'm just wondering the rationale for including that.
Thank you, Councillor. So it is meant to, the intent of the land use district is to allow for a comprehensive development. So as you'll notice, there is a maximum gross floor area of 150 meters squared for that. So it would be, I think the vision would be a small local boutique liquor store or something similar, just to allow for a comprehensive sort of community serving development for consideration.
I have a follow-up and a second question.
Okay.
Why not include cannabis stores?
That is a good question, one that we haven't had much discussion, so I can note that and bring that forward as part of the second and third reading.
And I ask that only because liquor stores were included, and then I'll add, I'm leaning more towards not including those types of uses, so that's why I'm curious about why one was there and another one may have not been. And then my second question is around a medical clinic as a discretionary or permitted use. Was that considered?
Thank you, Councillor. Again, medical clinic, we didn't discuss that. We used another DC district as sort of a template for moving forward. But again, I can refer back and bring that forward to council at second and third reading.
So what I would suggest, because if first reading is passed, then it's council's document. Certainly providing some information to those questions would be appropriate, but then it would be up to a councillor if they would like to propose a change to the permitted uses to bring forward a motion at that time. So the information will be helpful, but you don't need to formulate a change because it will be council's document. And I'm seeing nods from administration. Ms. Smithers, did you want to add something?
Yes, thank you. I would agree with that, and we can certainly provide a bit more information on that in the presentation when we come back for the public hearing. As well, at the public hearing, I expect that the applicant would be speaking so they could speak to why the inclusion of certain uses and not others.
Perfect. Okay, I think that will handle it well. Okay. Did you have any other questions, Councillor? Okay, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. This one's just a curious question about the land transfer agreement. It stipulates that we have to have affordable housing. Does it say that we cannot have, we can also have mixed use and commercial and those sorts of things as well?
Sorry, the question is, does it also state that?
Does it restrict us against having anything other than affordable housing?
I think Ms. Smithers probably is in best position to answer that since she deals directly with the government on this.
Yeah, and I would remind council that the matter before them today relates to the land use bylaw amendment and not the agreement that we have with the province. Having said that, though, I would share that we have on a number of occasions in providing updates to the province talked about a mixed-use development on this site, and they've been supportive of that because the intent is really to contribute to a complete community, which requires more than simply residential units.
Thank you, Ms. Smithers. I appreciate you indulging me.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? I see none. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I will move that council give first reading to the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-06, Moustache Lands Direct Control District. In speaking in support of this motion, I look forward to this going to a public hearing, and and I'm very happy that this process is moving forward because I know it is time constrained, and we very much want to achieve development of this lot in accordance with the principles in which it was provided to us. Would anybody else like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that council schedule a public hearing for the revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-06, Moustache Lands Direct Control District on June 3rd, 2025. Would anyone like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I will now move that we postpone items H1, H2, H3, and H4 to the special meeting of council on May 27th. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, and I now move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. If Mr.